Good morning, all, and welcome inside the Westin Lombard here in Chicagoland. We come to you live with 2026 USA Powerlifting Youth and Raw Nationals Championships. Tanner White alongside Mary Claire Wolk. Good morning. We got the real early session today and 3 sessions throughout the day at 7:59 a.m. Central Time. How's the day find you?
It is a beautiful day to be in Chicago, Illinois. We are so excited to kick it off with Youth Nationals this morning. We had Masters Nationals yesterday, so now we are kicking it off with Youth and Raw Nationals this morning. So it's just a great day to be alive, don't you think?
Yeah, well, if you've got enough coffee and if you survived the tornado yesterday as you're heading, for some of us, out of town here, then absolutely.
I completely agree. I am very excited to see all of the action this morning. We are so lucky to be here, and I just think this setup is awesome, so I'm excited to see where the day takes us.
And you told me as we were kind of coming in and getting on air, it's your first time being over here in the booth, right?
Yes, that is correct. So I have had the opportunity to MC and be right alongside the lifter, but now I am very excited to be behind the screen on that live stream.
Speaking of your screen, it's going to be split into 2 halves for much of the day today. Platform 3 resides on the left of your screen, Platform 4 on the right, and they'll be operating, roughly simultaneously, but there will be times where they'll get a little bit unsynced, right, or we'll blank one when we're going into our changeovers between each discipline. We're going to have our barbells swapped out on Platform 3. We are seeing that 20 kg power bar thrown in there on the left side. On our right, Riley Johnson, a Youth 1, 44 kg. And Riley's opener goes down and up. That's all you need.
Beautiful first opener for Riley. Great start to it. Way to kick us off so nicely.
All right, so tell us all about lights. I always like to give, just the real powerlifting 101 when we're just waking up and everybody's kind of just waking up with us.
Yeah, so the thing we want to look for is we want to look for at least 2 white lights. So 2 or more white lights, that is a good lift. So if we see 3 white lights, that's a fantastic lift. 2 white lights, that's a good lift. And 2 is all you need. So just to touch a little bit more into it, a couple of things you want to look for. They have some commands that they need to follow. One of them is start, and then one of them is rack. So a lifter will not get the start command until their knees are locked and they are in place. So that is just one of the things. Another thing that you have to look for is that they're hitting depth. So as the referees are watching, they want to make sure that their hip crease goes below the knee joint. So if they do not get that, then that is something that they may be called for and may not receive a good lift because of that. Anything else to add, Tanner?
I think you've nailed it and beyond. I think that was like an A+ flying colors. I think, again, 8:02 a.m. That's a fantastic start for you.
Thank you. Next up, we got Malia on Platform 4 with 25 kilos on the bar. And look at that, another flying first attempt. Now, these first openers, this is what you want to see. You want to see it easy. You want to see them getting on the board, because if they do not get one solid attempt across these 3 lifts for each squat, bench, and deadlift, then they are disqualified from the meet. So we want to see them on the board, in the game, ready to rumble.
Disqualified is true, right? You won't receive a total for it, but we did see a few of the Masters 1s and 2s yesterdays out of the heavier weight classes in that second session with a couple of what you call bomb outs, and yet still they stuck around and took all of their attempts. And many tend to find that because that pressure is completely off, they will still go and perform pretty well, especially if it's squats. Then you have all your bench and deads ahead of you. You gotta, because you paid for your registration here, because you've made this big travel and made a big event of it, you probably want to stick around.
That is very true. I must point out, on both Platform 3 and 4 right now, we have Eclipse powerlifters coming from Bloomington, Indiana. Gavin with a lovely first attempt, and Brinley with 25 kilos on the bar with a also lovely first attempt. Next up, we got Sebastian on Platform 3 and Neva on Platform 4.
our age divisions that you're going to see featured on platform 4 on your right. The girls raw youths, those are ages 8 to 9, and then 10 to 11 is going to be the eldest age bracket. That's just the absurdity of it all, is how this sport is continuing to evolve at the youth level, and no better kind of opportunity to prove it than a day like today. Neva's feeling her depth at the bottom. What do you like or dislike?
2 white lights, that's a good lift. There we go. One thing I must point out as well that you will see across the day is a wide variety of singlets and various outfit choices. That is one thing that I do love about lifters across the powerlifting community, is they will express their style and express just various elements of their personality throughout what they decide to accessorize on meet day. So that is one of the things that I love as a competitor. I love the opportunity to just show off who I am while I show my strength.
And we're trying to show off on platform 4, and then might have to have a little adjustment of somebody. I think that's just somebody standing in front of our camera frame, right? And I think we're going to have some of our goons, our hired muscle, go move them. There we are. Magically, it reappears.
And we're back. And we also have Sebastian on platform 3 taking 25 kilos on the bar.
And he's made to hold that bar just a little while after that fully stand-up position, after locking those knees. What was that last command that you said you're going to get on the squat?
The last command is locking your knees again before you can get the rack command. So if you have a bent knee, you will not get that rack command.
Now this 38.5 kg squat, the opener for Adeline Jones here, it's how you can tell that there's a record attempt coming, right? When it's not one of those nice multiples of 2.5 kg. Tell me more about that.
So youth are the only ones that are able to do that. That is just something where if they are working towards a nationals record, they are able to chip it, as you might hear a powerlifter say, so that way they can get their record on the board. Also, I don't know if you guys are able to hear through this through the video, but the energy is already electric at 8:06 a.m. These youth are ready to bring the fight. I have had the opportunity of watching several youth meets through Eclipse Powerlifting, and they just have so much more energy than I could ever have. So that is something that I really commend them for.
Has that been sapped out of you so far? I didn't get a chance to ask when you come in. How old are you?
I'm 24, so
right.
I am fresh into the open division.
Yes.
Shout out open division.
Mm-hmm.
But yeah, some days I wake up and I feel like I'm twice my age, but that's being a powerlifter sometimes.
Yeah, that's the trade-off that you make. You say, well, yeah, maybe sometimes I feel more physically capable.
Yep.
Maybe people ask me to move their couches and their fridges, right? You ever move somebody into a dorm and they have you carry the fridge? Because me too.
Yep. Rayanne taking 40 kilos on the bar. Let's see. A beautiful first attempt, and the judges say that is a good lift. 3 white lights. Well done, Rayanne.
You bet. We're going to have 3 flights on each platform in this session. We creatively called those Flight A, B, and C. You get 3 attempts for Flight A's squats. Everybody will go through, take squat 1, 2, and 3. Then we'll turn it up to the top of Flight B after those 3 attempts from everybody in Flight A. And proceed on with Flight C. Levi Burns, opener 27.5 keys.
3 white lights, that's a good lift. I think if I would have blinked, I would have missed that. I was speedy.
That's just the 3rd attempt, too, that's come on platform 3 so far. Jonah Vanover coming out next will be number 4. It's a lot more adjustment that they've had, and you see they pull the bar all the way out of the rack there as the pins are bent in.
Yes.
There's just a lot of moving parts to adjust so much. Heidi Hitchman on her
45 kilos.
That midpoint of the squat, I think, caused a red light with the blue card there. What's that about?
So since it was a blue card, it could have been 2 possible things. I'm also a local referee, And so I think that might have been for bar path. If I was a ref, that's what I might have called. Bar path, that just means if the bar potentially moves down during the ascent, that also could have been a potential bounce. I am unsure, but otherwise, 2 white lights, that was a good lift.
All right, so bar path, blue card, is that applicable across all 3 disciplines?
For yes, yes,
All 3 of the different lifts, that is? Yeah.
yes, because with bench, if it goes down, that is like if it goes down during the lift, that is applicable. Deadlift, that is also applicable. We might see that through hitching, and we can explain that more while deadlifts are going on, just to not confuse the first-time viewer. Got Nathan on platform 3 attempting 30 kilos on the bar. I like that red singlet. That's really cool.
Now I wonder on the up and down on his side is going to be the question. And as blue cards come up, I think that's what we're talking about again.
Yes. Juliet with 52.5 kilos on the bar. Oh, yeah. 3 white lights. That's a good lift. Nice job, Juliet.
The whole Eclipse kit.
Oh,
the
yeah.
starter pack,
Even
I like
with
it.
the hair.
Yeah, her hair is dyed that same color and everything. Nice.
That is. Yeah, shout out Eclipse Powerlifting. It is a very cool program that they have. These kids are able to do gymnastics during the week, and then they're also able to cycle it in with lifting. So a little bit of cross-training at a young age. So it's great to show them mobility. They get flexibility through gymnastics. And, you know, overall, they're just learning good health through not sticking with one thing and just making sure that they're keeping their bodies active.
Ariella Masso's 55 opener on your right of screen. We progress, again, throughout the flight in the order of lightest to heaviest weight lifted. Jackson Delcourt, his opener, 32.5 kg in the pins, and lights are up.
That was a great first attempt from Jackson. Very nice.
What do you like to do about loading the barbell? What do you like to do about attempt selection from your first attempt to your second?
My first attempt, I opened significantly lighter than my second attempt. My whole goal is just to get on the bar. It does not matter what my final goal is for the day. I want to get on the board. I want to be in the meet because, as you will see, these lifters may come off as a bit nervous. You know, a meet is a big thing, and this first attempt just starts the whole day. So sometimes it can be kind of nerve-wracking, and sometimes you just might not perform as you want. So you want to shake those nerves off with the first attempt and just get the ball rolling. So my second attempt, I'll usually take a significant jump.
Yeah.
Because I want that third attempt to be a grinder. That squat grinders are my favorite. Hot take.
There is some probably screw that you have to have a little bit loose to enjoy like the misery of that midpoint of a squat that I'm not certain is going to come up. But then you can train, of course, that ability to grind by the practice of it, by having more and more touches that you don't want to always empty the tank on them, but being willing to do it. Know that when I push against it, when I strain against this, I'm going to be able to find it.
Yeah. My favorite thing, though, is the relief at the top when you completed the squat. I think those pictures are so awesome, too.
You can tell, again, with Pierce Keatsman, record loaded here because you've got the non-2.5 kg increment. That's a 42 kilo squat opener. Up on the board, too. That's out of the Youth 2s. Remember the 10 and 11 age division.
And we got Malia.
We also have just a single unsuccessful squat opener. Now, again, on platform 3, we're still a little bit behind where we were in terms of position throughout the flight as we're starting second attempts on platform 4. But Finley Sparks, 52.5. We're still progressing through. You got 6 attempts still to come on platform 3 for the openers.
And we are into second attempts for platform 4. We got Riley Johnson with 20 kilos on the bar. We had an easy first attempt for Riley, so let's see where she goes with that second. All right, still very easy. I'm very interested to see what her coach does for the third.
And they got to swap out that barbell again now, right? A youth bar, because they swapped that out. It's 15 kg, right?
Yes.
And so then you saw just the 2.5 plates
Yes.
to add up to the 20 there.
Yeah, and so now we are back to a 20 kilo bar.
Titus Reyes on your left of screen at 52.5. Off a squat command, he's got a real quick descent and then smacks that bottom to a degree. But that one is not going to pass on the sides.
And the red card is most likely due to depth. That is the most common and the only red that you may get from squat. Brindley with 27 kilos on the bar. That moved it a little slower than her first attempt, but 2 white lights, that's still a good lift. The yellow card may have been due to foot movement. I'm unsure as to when the rack command came. We are not able to hear that. So she did step forward. I'm not sure if that is what the chief referee may have called.
Nikolai Kotara, he's going to get our first replace command. So his attempt timer continues to run. Every once in a while, you do see somebody really start to push that attempt timer down. You get 60 seconds right from the time that bar is loaded, call is made, to get that command and be allowed to squat it. Comes in plenty of time, and then did not appear to phase him one bit.
3 white lights, that's a good lift. And I'm not sure if we mentioned this before, but in case you are a first-time viewer, you have 1 minute to complete the attempt. So this is with the potential replace command as well. So you have to get the start command before the 1 minute has completed. So as long as you do that, you are good to go. So you will see some lifters that decide to take their time, but it's okay because they might be a little bit more experienced and know that they're doing just fine. 3 white lights for Ethan. Very nice.
And you say experience, that was never more obvious than yesterday in those, especially the evening session of all the Masters 2s and 3s specifically. Those gentlemen, and especially the heavyweights, just absolutely never panicked. There were some replace commands. There were some 700-plus pound squats that do want to fold you in half and crush you into a little ball, and yet still they were able to get within that attempt timer tight enough and upright enough to get that squat command.
And that's the way to go. Connor Brown with 66 kilos. That was a little bit slow for his first attempt, but nonetheless, that was 3 white lights. And now we got Malia back up for 30 kilos on the bar. Look at that, the matching belt too. Wow, way to go.
More starter kits because you look good, you lift good.
That is so true. 3 white lights. That is a good lift. Now we got Ashton back up with 112.5 kilos on the bar.
Way beyond anybody else out of the session. Ashton dunks an opener and will saunter out of the rack. That's nearly twice body weight to open too.
And you can hear the crowd roaring. This energy is just building as we go through these squats.
Ashton's got not only the heaviest bench opener as we cheat and look ahead a little bit at what lifters have put in, also the heaviest deadlift opener. Throwing down the gauntlet early on, as they say. Again, you'll have a pretty dramatic adjusting of the rack height here on your left. Neva Mashak is going to feel once more for that very, very bottom position and got
But
there.
3 white lights, that's a good lift. One thing you'll notice as well is it is a lifter's choice whether or not they want to wear knee sleeves. It's not a requirement. So you will see some lifters that come out sleeveless, which I don't think my knees could handle that, but I commend those that do not lift with sleeves. But now we got Gavin back up with 22.5 kilos on the bar. I have known the Bashore family for a couple years now, and it is awesome to see their kids grow and just become so confident in themselves and just become such strong lifters. So let's go, Gavin.
If there's ever a sport which can grow you at any time that you find it, at any time that it finds you, I think this would be the one. It is such, obviously, there are some team elements, but for the most part, it's a very, very individual sport. It can be clearly, it can cater to any age, as, you know, competitors from the age of 8 to 82, we've already seen take the platform here at Nationals, and really everything in between. And everyone's still on their strength journey, right? Because they showed up here, this is just, it's one more, yes, a huge destination, but it's one more destination on a many, many stop journey.
That is very true. Very well said. Got Rayanne with 47.5 kilos on the bar. And that is a no lift. It's okay, Rayanne. You got one more attempt. I'm not sure why she might have failed. It may have been a strength thing. It may have just been rushed. So we will see if her coach decides to retake that or if she goes up. Sebastian with 3 white lights. That was very nice.
We'll turn it over for Heidi Hitchman on the right side of your screen. Remember, Nathan Baugh had an unsuccessful opener. Just 2 of those out of everybody on the platform on your left. Titus Reyes, the other. They both put in a retake, right? So when you miss a lift, obviously that's one of your options to retake it. What's your other option?
Say that again?
When you take a lift, it's unsuccessful on your opener.
Yep.
You've got the option to retake it. What is your other option?
You can retake it or go up. You can decide to increase if you want, because sometimes, you know, it could just be a fluke. It can really just happen. You can take that weight a million times, and sometimes you might just rush it, and then you fail it, and it's okay. It happens. None of us are perfect, especially as lifters. So it can be a wide variety of factors. I apologize. I was so locked in on watching these lifters.
No, it's all right. You've already got a situation like this. Again, 2 records flying at us at once. Going to be on your left, Jonah Vanover. On your right, Adeline Jones. And because those are not those perfect 2.5 kg intervals, that's how you know records coming.
Very exciting to watch. 50.5 kilos on the bar for Adeline. Ooh.
As raw as could be, you're talking Converse and no sleeves, and you still look the part.
Oh, yeah. 3 white lights. That's a good lift. Nice job. Come on, Jonah. And 3 white lights. It's a good lift.
It's almost easier to count who's not breaking records than who is right now.
Yeah.
Early in the morning here for Friday. We are blessed to be able to come to you live once more from the West End Lombard here in Lombard, Chicago, in the Chicagoland area for 2026 USA Powerlifting Youth and Raw Nationals.
Hey, and shout out A7, our sponsor. We are so lucky to have them sponsor us for this Raw Nationals. Thank you, A7. And Anna, that was a beautiful second attempt. 3 white lights. I would love to know what her coach is going to put for the third. because that was great.
Third attempts. Do you gauge your third attempt based on the speed of your second? Based on
Yes.
how it felt on your back, based on what it looks like on video? You like the speed?
Yes, I do it based on the speed and just how heavy it feels, but also how locked in I am. Gotta be honest. Third attempts, you will see people come out here with fury. You'll see them come out just with a passion to get their third because that may be a personal best. It may be an all-time PR match after an injury. There are so many things that can make a third attempt so special. So I think there's a lot of room for capability on the third. So there's a wide array of things that could happen.
Mariela Masso on your right side with the 60 keys. Go on.
I can already tell that Mariella is cooking up for something on her third. Oh. All I know though is she's got the energy for a great day. I saw her come out with some passion in her eyes. You could see it as she approached the barbell.
Jackson Johnson unracks with the ankles really touching. I don't know if I've seen that technique-wise. Then you do take a couple of sets. You set your stance width and then hit it hard, and it'll come up easy.
3 white lights. That was slower than his first, but you know, that's normal. So, and I had not had the opportunity to watch Jackson during his prep. So a lot of people you will see can be slow squatters. Like their rep might just be very slow, but it might be the easiest rep they've ever done. I know people that grind it out and say, oh, that was really easy. In powerlifting terms, sometimes we go off RPE. So an RPE 6 can be very light. Otherwise, like a RPE 8 or 9 is giving you everything in the tank. So it really just depends. It's always very interesting to see, you know, it looked slow to us, but how did that feel to them?
Pierce Keatsman once more taking a record himself with the 45.5 keys. He'll knock that out. Titus Reyes, again, a retake coming here after his opener was missed. 52.5 kilos, 100 and roughly 16 pounds. That's rounding down just a tad. Riley Johnson will once more be up at the top. This is the start of the third squats on the right side of your screen. Riley will take 23 kilos, so again, a record. This is a 30 kg weight class, Youth 1, the 8 to 9 age group. Those are the many different ways that we divide, that we segment out competitors.
Come on, Riley. Oh.
Bar's a little bit uneven on her ascent still.
3 white lights. Let's go.
Talk to me about an uneven bar. Is that something that you are concerned about when watching yourself? Is that something that even as a referee you're concerned about lifters doing and that you can make a call on?
Personally, I'm concerned when I feel it on myself because I know whenever you unrack, it's weird to feel it on yourself because you just feel kind of lopsided. But it's not a worry for others. It's just as long as they execute. So we got Brinley once again about that passion on the third. She came out here stomping. 27.5 kilos on the bar. Let's see how she does. Come on. Oh, yeah.
Adding the little sliver, that fraction.
2 white lights, though. That's a good lift.
Absolutely. Finley Sparks has a lot going on in his knees. It still comes up just fine. The dreaded knee valgus. I made a joke yesterday with Brandis Napier over in session 1 yesterday with all the women's competitors in the Masters there, and said, you know, it's scary. It's the boogeyman that comes for us all. But do you really have you considered knee valgus as you know, that scary thing? Have you ever embraced it? And would you, like coaching somebody else, right? Would you say, okay, you've got to eliminate this. You got to find some cue to get rid of it?
I used to be scared of it, but now, I mean, I just think leg drive is the most important thing in a squat. You just really want to make sure that you are not utilizing your back. I am someone that has personally injured their back from not doing leg drive, so I think honestly, just knee valgus is something that can happen while you are using your legs.
Sure.
I know the perception from an outside non-power lifter could be, oh, knee valgus bad, but that is not always the case.
Malia Delcourt on her 32.5. She'll have to look up at those lights on the board. Still, got enough of them. Anytime that you get 2, it'll pass. Now, say you get 2 red lights. What is your option? Because I know that we have juries around for both sets of platforms.
So if you get 2 red lights, you can go to the jury and contest the lift. Mm-hmm. So the jury table, their purpose is to watch the lifts, make sure the referees on the platform are making the right calls. And if you go to the jury, you could just say, hey, revisit that. And if they overturn just one of the red cards, that can, or red lights, excuse me, that can make it a good lift. So the jury table, we are very thankful to have, especially at a national level.
And they oftentimes load that up with international level referees, like absolutely stacked juries. That I think one of our co-commentators down on platform 1 and 2, Kevin Serrano, was sitting over at one of those jury tables yesterday.
Yes. Shout out Kevin.
He's not quite close enough to hear me, but it's close. It's a tight booth back here. We get sometimes, depending on your venue. Eva Mashek knocking out the 43 kg. Again, easier to count probably those who are not taking records than those who are. They continue to stack.
Oh, yeah. Stacking the chips, stacking the wins.
Bet Ashton Gardner, his second squat here is 122.5. That is a 10 kg jump.
This is crazy. Oh, my God.
And that's as calm, cool, and collected of a second as we've probably had just about all day long. If it's another 7.5 that he wants to take, maybe I wouldn't be surprised.
I think that would be what I would call if I was handling. I have had the opportunity to handle a handful of athletes, so it has been, I think it's personally one of the best jobs out of me, because you are with them every step of the way and you can help them have a good day or coach them through a bad day.
Well, what's the best job is any non-loading and spotting jobs, because you're not in danger and your back doesn't end up hurting as much as the lifters do, you know? I say that with all the love and respect in the world for him. And you know why? I think that our crews here are just so, like, they do not complain. They're just so resilient. When everything goes wrong, they completely, bail everybody out. It's because they've got the A7 platform crew shirts, most of them.
Oh, yeah.
That's my working theory.
We got Rayanne retaking 47.5. Come on, girl. That is a no lift, but she is still in the meet. She got her first attempt, so she will be into bench. She'll bring fire into the bench.
Everybody's got a squat number up on the board throughout both of our platforms except Titus Reyes. He did put in a jump, but it's a minimum jump. Remember, typically that minimum jump, if it's not a record attempt, is going to be 2.5 kilos. Titus will feature in 6 squats time on platform 3, but got a few to get to first. On platform 4, again, we're on our third attempts for everybody. Heidi Hitchman up next, 52.5. At the very bottom of the flight, we'll see Macy Martin. Then we'll get on to flight B.
Nathan Baud taking 33.5 on platform 3. That was a smooth attempt for Heidi, and the judges say 3 white lights. Nice job, Heidi. She walked off so calm, cool, and collected. She knew what she had to do.
And Nathan Baugh, after a miss on the opener, comes back and takes a raw 235 kg record.
Well done, Nathan.
Remember, youth 1s and 2s all throughout these first flights, the age divisions of 8 and 9 years and 10 and 11 years old.
Got Juliet with 57.5 kilos on the bar. Oh, come on, come on. It's a bit of a grinder. Let's see. 3 white lights, that's a good lift. I was trying to see if the bar was going down, but it looked like it was just a steady grind upward. Well done.
They always tell me it can stop even. I think it's
Yes.
really scary to say that, oh my goodness, my bar absolutely stopped, and so there's no upward momentum. But that's no cause for disqualification. You have some of the like forbidden or the cursed pause squats
Yeah.
that some will hit, whether they want to or not, or the double pause squats. But even so,
I have reffed a decent number of meets, and I have never seen that. But that is interesting. We got Sebastian.
his bar is just moving around on his back. He's going to get a replace command first and go through his whole setup routine again. Remember, the attempts timer continues to run.
He's taking a second, taking a breath.
He's got plenty of time. It was almost at 30 seconds. Our loaders actually took that weight off for a few moments, but he's got 20 seconds still on the timer. I don't know if he knows that.
Was that a misload?
Well, that's always in the back of one's mind, too. They reset the timer, and you typically don't see that. Typically, your 60 seconds is your 60 seconds. Mariela Masso, not quite on the 60 kg.
Oh,
And so then forget it. Just, shake it off.
with that delay, it was still butter. 3 white lights, that's a good lift. I think that may have been a misload, especially if they reset the timer.
Yeah, surprised by that, and you're not going to – I'm going to go ahead and speak this into existence. You're not going to see that much the rest of the way
Yeah.
because the stringency, the strictness of judging has been something everybody has told us, like from the platform. When we've gone to talk to lifters that have already gone for the week, they've said that exactly. Say, wow, we're getting hammered on standards. They don't mean that to be critical. They mean that to probably be appreciative, right? We're being held to the highest standards around here, and there's no doubt when your lift passes. Adeline Jones, speaking of, let's just see. Give me 3.
Oh, yeah. Nice job, Adeline. That was a huge jump for a squat, so well done.
Yeah, it was a lucky 13 keys. That's always a gamble that you take. Jackson Delcourt missed his second.
Come on, Jackson. Come on, Jackson. Go, go, go.
And on a third, looking up, let's see. Whites, please. Thank you.
Oh, yeah. And, I think that if it was a misload, it could have potentially happened because of the switch back and forth between the youth and the power bar.
Right.
So that may have just happened. But got Macy on the right with 65 kilos on the bar. Oh, come on. A little bit of a grinder in the middle, but not bad. And she walks away with 3 white lights. Well done.
Macy Martin was at the bottom of Flight A on Platform 4. That means we head to the top of Flight B. We go on to the next age divisions, or rather you still have some of the Youth 2s, the 10 and 11s, but we also get into the Youth 3s, the 12 and 13 age division here in Flight B on Platform 4. Still not quite there on Platform 3. We're in the middle of third attempts on the left of your screen with Pierce Keatsman. 48.5. Once more, taking more national records. Why not? And Jackson Johnson will follow. Abigail Jones, opener at the top of Flight B, all good.
And for Pierce, 3 white lights. That's a good lift. Oh, and look at that. Hands up in the air. He was excited about that one. Well done. Special shout out to our spotting and loading crew. We couldn't have done this without them. And to our referees. They have come from all over the country to ref this meet. So we are very appreciative. And a lot of these referees are competing this weekend. So reffing and competing, that is a beast in itself. So thank you if you're hearing this.
They come from all over. When they come to Lombard, Illinois. USA Powerlifting 2026 Youth and Raw Nationals. Jackson Johnson on a 50 kg third. The 5 jumps can feel like 500.
Ooh.
Do you think up and down?
I think, yeah. So a yellow and a blue card. I definitely think that was for up and down. It's very interesting to me whenever I see 2 different cards because, as we explained this briefly before, you need 3 white lights, but each of the lights, we didn't mention this, each of the lights correlates to a different referee. So the second light is for the chief referee. The first white light, or just light in general, is for the side ref, and then same for the third. So it's just interesting to see what was different from what they saw.
Titus Reyes with the first survival squat for the day. Can he post the 55 keys? Looks plenty good from here.
There we go, Titus.
So that is the first to miss their first 2 attempts and then have to get that third. Again, if you don't post a successful attempt across 3 in each discipline, you won't receive a total. You can stick around. They don't, throw the bouncer at you and kick you out.
That is true.
But Titus, nonetheless, on the board.
Phoenix, that was a great first attempt. I am lucky. I have been there for Phoenix. I was emceeing her first meet ever at Eclipse Powerlifting, and now seeing her at a national level is just awesome. To see how confident she's become is just amazing to see. Shout out Team GSP. They are another one of the bigger youth teams that exists, so their coaching is just fantastic.
You say GSP. I presume that's not Georges St. Pierre, right? The fighter? I presume it's not, but I'm sure it stands for something else.
Yes, and I apologize. It is still early, and I can't remember what it stands for.
You know what? You're going to remember that, tonight, heading out, right? It probably.
Yes.
Liam Nelson, not to be confused with Liam Neeson, his opener. Good enough.
He is not taken, but he will be taking some other weights later today. And, for Ethan Goodwin, that was a good lift.
Very nice.
I will be here all day. Next up, we got Connor with 72.5 kilos on the bar on platform 3, and Samuel with 72.5 kilos on platform 4.
I always tell everybody that my favorite topic in the world is lot numbers in powerlifting. because Connor and Nikolai are taking the same attempt in a moment on the left. Connor wants to crawl his all the way up. I think that got pulled at the end, right? It did.
Yes.
But they both have 72.5 kg, right?
Yes.
How do they determine then, because they're both taking the same attempt, who goes first?
Wait. Right?
When it's lot number first.
That's right.
And those are completely randomly assigned. Again, I had a really fun laugh with Brandis Napier yesterday about that. And it's just, you show up there and they say, okay, these are the orders that we want you to weigh in at.
That's right.
And so, because they've got the same attempts, Nikolai goes second. His 72.5 bottoms out, floats, but pardon me, that's all 3 reds, so you don't get that chance to appeal.
Yes, that is true. I don't know why I was thinking, disregard. I do.
But you can have that lot number also factor into final placings, right? When lifters have the identical total and the identical body weight, that's when lot number decides.
That's right.
Who can be you can be awarded best lifter based on just that alone.
That is right.
Though it's very, very rare if your body weight out to, I think it's even out to 2 decimal places is identical.
Yes.
Technically it can happen on paper. Meets aren't won on paper. Meets are won on the platform. Ashton Gardner on the 130. Ooh. got a little pitched forward, loses his chest as it were.
It's a good catch from our spotters.
Oh, absolutely. They are much more alive, awake, alert, and enthusiastic than we are. Nash, Earwood, these are big numbers already flying at us.
181.
Yeah, a hair over 400 pounds. Usually you see 182 and a half when you're not chipping, when you're not getting into those record territories. Everybody has those numbers in the back of their mind, those conversions that they know. And 182 and a half, again, is when not in record territory, that number that we know. Okay, if I can hit that, I'm over a 400-pound squat.
But as a youth lifter, that is just nuts. Wow. I aspire to do that. We got Avery on the left with 50 kilos on the bar. And I think that looked good. And the judges say as well, 3 white lights, that's a good lift. We got Zenobia back up at the top with her second attempt. Let's see, 45 kilos. And that is a good lift. Nice job, Zenobia.
That's the second squat attempt coming at you on platform 4 on the right side of your screen. On platform 3, just the second squat opener comes Logan Keller. And that is no good on the left and the center. That's where those refs are physically positioned, by the way, right? Like in relatively to the lifter. So the one on your left is going to be that left light comes in.
That is correct.
Evan Baugh on your right of screen. Another minimum jump here. It's the 2.5. His right leg got a little bit stanky. But here's the thing. Came down, came up.
Yes, still a good attempt. All right, on the platform 3, we have Layden with 57 kilos on the bar. Once again, light as a feather. But that is a no lift. Oh, I'm not sure. Oh, depth. That's okay, Layden. You have 2 more attempts.
The marker has clearly been set. The standard has clearly been set already for the day and for the week, right, for the entire competition of where these depth standards are, which is very deep.
Yes.
I don't think that's been in question. A lot of our masters felt that yesterday, and many more will continue to feel it before we're out of here for the week. You've just got to respond to that on the day, I think, after your opener, because then you really know what that feeling of depth is. I think Abigail Jones just felt it more than most.
She sunk it. Oh, my gosh. 3 white lights. That's a good lift.
Some almost make contact between their calf and their hamstring.
Yeah.
And then you physically aren't able to go any deeper. People like to say, oh, well, this is the best that my mobility will allow. That is an anatomical certainty when you can get to that degree of depth. Not everybody has that unlocked for them. Not even if you've got, for example, take Cote Goodrow on the left side of your screen. Not even if you've got the raised heel of an Olympic lifting shoe that for some will allow to kind of negate the ankle mobility demand of the lift.
Yes. I personally, when I wore heels, I was able to squat way deeper than I am now in flats. But, you know, a lot of that, too, is just how tight your hips are. Sometimes you really just got to open them up, because I know I had the opportunity to compete at regionals and collegiate nationals. And after that depth call, you really just got to open it up and just keep going. Just keep going. And you said your calves touching your hamstrings. I also have felt that at an attempt on a national level. So it's what you got to do to get the good lift. So.
And some are truly strongest bottoming the lift out.
Yes.
That is the deepest that their anatomy allows. That will give them their strongest squat. Some, it comes at that exact definition of depth by the rule book, right?
Yep.
Knee, joint, and hip crease. And then once one dips below, it's like, all right, that's as much as I'm going to get, and they have their strongest squat there. You got to feel it out for yourself.
Exactly. We got Matthew Tubbs coming out, 87.5 kilos on the bar. That is an awesome last name, Tubbs.
There are so many names that fit a power lifter that almost like select for or predestine them
Yup.
to be awesome lifters. You know what I mean? Samuel Little on your right with the 80 keys. Yes, please.
Oh, yeah.
I think of a John Hack. How could you not be one of the arguably the greatest that's ever lived
That
with a
is
name
true.
like a John Hack?
That is true. I hope Samuel Little doesn't make a little jump. I hope he makes a big jump because, man, that was a good second attempt.
Shane McGee will follow here on platform 3 on your left.
And we got Daniel Cook on the right at platform 4 with 115 kilos on the bar, sporting a Better Through the Barbell singlet. That is a St. Louis-owned brand, and they have a lot of youth lifters as well. I've met the owner of that brand. He is the one handling Daniel Cook. Great guy, great mission that they have. They're really just trying to make these kids hence Better Through the Barbell. So shout out them. And shout out St. Louis. That is where I am from. Where
Originally.
are you from, Tanner? Yes.
Very nice. I'm from the southwest of Michigan, Kalamazoo.
Very nice.
I always say that because there's a dinky little village that I'm really from that nobody's going to recognize called Vicksburg. But yes, down in the southwest of Michigan. It's, 3 hours from Lombard area. There have been those who have come much further, those who have had their only option to fly, and so
Yes.
thankful to not have to do that.
Me too. I live in Chicago now, so I just had a 30-minute drive this morning. Woohoo. Darby on the left. That was a pretty good first attempt. Let's see. 3 white lights. That's a good lift.
Nash Earwood blowing up another record on his second squat, tossing it around 190.5, and just stacks another one of those records. We have every single attempt that he's put in for his openers a record of some kind.
That is awesome. I'm very excited to watch this guy have a day.
I laugh because I don't want to cry. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
There's another level that the sport can still take, and the youth is kind of leading the movement where there are so many of these teens, these juniors and sub-juniors, pushing all-time world records for classes. They continue to fall at all times, and to redefine what we think should be possible, what we think is possible,
That
and
is
will
true.
be.
The future of USA powerlifting, that is bright. It is a bright future.
Third squats starting on the right. On platform 4, Zenobia Thomas Miller will take the first and just shake that off. Say, not quite, not today.
Just not there on the day. That is all right.
Thomas Reyes on your left. We're still on openers on platform 3.
That's a cool singlet, too.
Yeah, that might be the record for most colorful singlets so far today. Or
Three
most
white
part
lights.
the entire week.
That's a good lift.
Can you imagine those who were, like, for example, registering to check people in on Tuesday and are going to be here through Sunday and then have to go home and have day jobs on Monday? I think I'm calling in sick for a week following this.
And Evan, 3 white lights. That's a good lift. Very nice. 3 for 3.
Joshua Barr's openers, 125 kgs. That's 2 of those red round things. Once more, that 20-kilo power bar. And then your competition collars. Probably haven't mentioned those yet per se, but 2.5 for each of those. A pair of them makes 5.
Thank you for doing the math there.
Let me tell you, I've gotten it wrong too many times, and I've said it wrong too many times. And sometimes I try and count out every little change plate that's on, like, for example, a 190.5 second attempt that we had for Nash Earwood, and I was like, uh-oh, I don't even want to try it there. I want to do an easier one. Oh, Logan Keller, he is looking up, and his attempt timer should be still running down too.
Not sure what's going on here.
We don't have his attempt timer running on LiftingCast. As always, you should be following along on liftingcast.com to see all of the live results. Finally, that bar is loaded call comes. Oh, I think you had somebody else come out, right?
Yes.
Yeah, it can be difficult to hear from backstage there.
Yeah, I can hear all the cheering. but I cannot hear much other than that. And 3 white lights. That's a good lift for Phoenix. Nice job, Phoenix.
Logan Keller will now be called on depth on his left and his center, and that means he will have a survival squat upcoming at the top of the flight when we get to those third attempts on your left.
I have seen Logan locked in at previous meets. I know he can do it again, so come on, lock in for that third. Got Abigail on the right with platform 4, 65.5 kilos on that bar, and she makes it look like nothing. Let's see what the judges say. 3 white lights. Very nice.
And 6 whites all up on the screen at once. I always ask for that, and considering where depth standards have been, I haven't gotten it too much,
good.
but when you get it, I love to see it.
Yeah. Getting called on depth is the worst, especially when you feel like you've gone deep. So it's very nice to see all these white lights. Got Liam Nelson back up, also sporting better through the barbell.
Avery Simmons on your left floats a 60 keys.
And that was very smooth, very butter. 3 white lights.
You see a great variety of weight classes all featured within these youth age divisions. We got teens once we get to the bottom, or once we get to rather the final flight of this session for each platform, right? So flight C on both platform 3 and 4, we'll start to get into the teens and juniors. Still youths, and they're still just getting better all the time. You can grow like a weed for so long when you get into this sport early on. There's your 6 whites snapshot thumbnail for YouTube.
I was a little nervous about that squat for Samuel. I'm not going to lie. That was a bit of a grinder, but I'm glad he pulled through at that one. Not sure why there was cake on the screen behind. I did just hear Gino singing happy birthday to someone, so
I also did hear that.
Happy birthday to whoever's birthday it is out there. You know, June's a good month, so hope your day is pretty awesome. Daniel Cook, time to cook with 127.5, and he does so. Judges say 3 white lights, making his last name proud. Cooking.
You know something? He had the whole Napoleon Dynamite. I wanted to, in some way, ask, like, okay, is he vote for Pedro? Does he have some tots with him for his pre-workout carbs? Hey, Napoleon, give me some tots, right?
Awesome. Oh, my God.
Cohen.
Oh, make some noise. Come on, Nash. 215 as a youth lifter. Oh, my goodness.
And almost a 55 kg. Oh, boy. That bar comes off of his back, too, and everything. That's caught by everybody. They're all on the line at once. And this gentleman, to your spotter on platform 4, he had this tremendously creative technique of either holding onto, pushing down on the bar with his full body weight, or getting on like a chin-up grip and holding on. I've never seen that before, and I wonder if that is his own kind of brainchild. It's impossible to miss the guy, too. They get a bunch of animals, truly, on this platform.
They really just caught that so well. Like, I'm not sure if he was about to dump the bar, which is very frowned upon in the powerlifting community. You must hold on to that bar. If you're going to fail, don't let go. But however they just did it, honestly, hats off to the spotting and loading crew, because that was the most, effortless save.
All right, so second squats still coming. We got 4 more of those on your left of screen. Then we turn over to third attempts, but we are on to flight C on platform 4 on your right. Anna Jones, this will be a youth 360 kg record coming for her. 43 her opening squat.
For her first attempt is awesome.
Yeah, you hit your opener and it's a record, and then you're already playing with house money. and you got to just take it for all it's worth.
Do you think Anna and Abigail Jones are related? I mean, they're wearing basically the same kit.
Right.
And, you know, they kind of look similar, and they have the same last name. I wonder. You think it's a sister competition day? Sister meet day?
You willing to roll the dice and make it into that and tell that storyline the whole way?
Yeah, because that's awesome.
Go ahead.
The exact same meat kit?
Right.
Oh, my gosh.
I will certainly not tell you not to.
I think during the break I might find them and ask if they're related.
Yeah, run them down. It's usually not that hard, right? You know, like, who you're
No,
looking for and what they're wearing and things. Yeah.
That beautiful green meat day outfit.
Mm-hmm.
Oh yeah, Nora. That was like a warm-up. 3 white lights, that's a good lift.
Wyatt Smith's 105 will not pass on the depth. That is the 3 reds, so cannot appeal, that is.
I love how the older we get, we can definitely see the nerves start to shake off.
Mm-hmm.
We can just see their confidence a little bit more present. Like Carrera, for example, look at her.
The presence of mind also to move the hair out of the way.
Yep.
Never had to contend with that myself. It's got to be an extra concern. You also see it on the bench too, right? And,
yes, I always have to move my hair.
Yeah, no doubt. Thomas Reyes looks up his 122.5 and sunk.
Okay, there we go. Oh, got a fire red hair and this fire red accents in the A7 meat singlet. So that is, oh.
A mishap to a degree.
I am not sure what happened there. I can't fully. Do you know what happened there?
My best guess is balance. You just, whether you get too far on your heels, too far on your toes. Sometimes the tiniest little shift under anywhere close to maximal weight will just, it can turn into essentially disaster, and then you have to make that business decision of no use trying to save this.
You know, that might have just been the prime example of a fluke.
Right?
We'll see.
Where you can go through, hundreds and hundreds of reps of, somewhere near that weight in training, never have an issue. Come on, there on the platform, that one attempt that you take, just something goes awry.
Yeah.
Something goes funky.
Come on, Logan. Let's go. 57.5 kilos. Sink this. You got it.
To survive in
Come
advance.
on, go. Come on, Logan. And the judges say 2 white lights. That's a good lift. He is in the meet. Good job, Logan.
Got just enough, and our second survival squat also passes. It's always tenuous.
That's such a relief. We got Lucy on the right with 77.5 kilos on the bar. I like that maroon A7 kit. I might have to go purchase that myself.
Is that an A7 sock as well? Because it looks like it matches,
It
right?
kind of looks like it, yeah. I'm not sure about the meat shirt under it, but 3 white lights, that's a good lift. On both ends, 6 white lights, very nice. Appeasing to the eye, that's for sure. Ellison, my girl, back on 80 kilos on the bar. Ellison is another youth lifter that I have had the opportunity of seeing her compete many a times at Eclipse, in the Eclipse Classic.
Mm-hmm.
And 3 white lights, that's a good lift. Ellison and Lauren, they are best friends. This is a little bit of a background for them. And they have competed together many a times. They have gone to the national level multiple times. So this is not new territory for them. This is a cakewalk. They know what they have to do, and they know when they need to do it to have a good day. So I love seeing them back up on the platform, especially at such a young age.
Aren't they all?
Yeah, true.
Like I say, all...
And look at that, the gymnastics pose. Do you see that?
I did.
Eh?
Everybody's got a celebration. and so many of them got them planned out, and then because you just get so frazzled, because you get so, that like change in the pressure rapidly of racking the squat and things,
Yeah,
it's really hard sometimes to like execute that celebration that you had all planned out.
that is true. Do you have a go-to celebration?
No, I've never taken that time to figure one out. So it's in the back of my mind that eventually I want to figure out one that's half decent. I've seen some really good ones, but I've never. I think that's going to be like part of my meet day plans for the
There you
next
go.
competition I choose.
There you go. I have a celebration. I was a golfer before I started powerlifting. I still
Yeah.
golf, but the classic golf, it's like golf fist pump.
Yeah.
That is what I'll do. Or I'm a big hopper, and whoever I'm handling or whoever is handling me, you bet they will be getting a gigantic hug after I sink that third. So.
Sure.
3 white lights, that was a good lift on platform 4. And I saw her hop as well. So perfect timing as we're talking about the celebratory hop.
Cohen is not going to pass his third on your left at 92.5. And another squat to stay in it. Shane McGee out with 95 keys. Tough spot to be, as this is nearly twice body weight. He weighed in about 51.9 this morning.
And Shane missed his first on depth, and then his second, I do not remember what he missed his second on, but part of it was depth. So let's see what happens here. 3 white lights, and he's in the meet. Nice job.
He knew the significance coming off he had, the little fist pump and keep it to yourself in his mind, and still survival.
Exactly. That's what you got to do sometimes, and that is A-okay, even if it's on the national stage.
His deadlift opener is going to put him toward the bottom of the flight, too. He'll probably be able to eke some out, a little bit behind track maybe to what you had as your game plan for the day. But, if your plans aren't malleable, then you're risking, I think a situation like that with the squats for the rest of your day too, right? Like you might have to alter all of your plans for bench and deadlift going forward. Doesn't matter. It's what you've got on the day, what you show up to Lombard here today with, or, whatever day you got here, whether it was yesterday or what have you. All that matters is what you can put up right now.
All roads lead to Lombard, Illinois.
Well, they come from all over, north, south, east, and west. But unfortunately, all those roads have tolls on them.
True.
Anna Jones, 53.5. Again, you open with a record. That means it's house money rest of the way. She'll look up and...
3 white lights. Nice job. The attempt goes green, just like her meat fits. In case you're curious what it means, if you are on LiftingCast following along, you will see that if it's a good lift, their attempt will go green. If it's a bad lift, their attempt will go red. Another knowledge for the first-time viewers. If my mom were listening right now, she would really appreciate that.
I think we've all had that parents' experience, right? Hey, are you going to your weightlifting competition?
Yeah, my parents have actually gone to almost every one of my powerlifting competitions now recently. So,
Yeah.
But when I first started, they were in that same boat, and I know friends' parents that are the same exact way now. So we got Alexia back up here to retake, but instead of retaking that same weight, she decided to go up 5 kilos. So I think that might be the prime example of a potential fluke. Let's see. And I think I was right because that was smooth, and the judges say 3 white lights. That's a good lift. And next up, we have third attempts on platform 3, but we got seconds on platform 4. We got Carrera with 72.5 kilos on the bar. Once again, moving her hair before the attempt. Very smart. Can you tell what's on Josh Barr's singlet? What is that? Is that an animal
ape?
of some sort? Oh.
A great ape? Ooh. Now his upper back kind of lost the tension in it. His elbows moving around on his right side too.
Just had a little bit of a mishap, but that's okay. It just wasn't there on the day, but he had 2 good attempts, so that is all that matters.
And fun fact, he still comes out of that flight with the heaviest squat at 135 keys, beating out Thomas Reyes by 2.5 there.
So, okay, another potential sibling encounter. Do we think that Samuel Little and Camilla Little are related?
Again, I'm telling you, you go ahead and tell the storyline, and you let it sort out for you, see what happens.
Once again, folks, I will try and find them all during the break between squats and bench, and then I will come back and let you know. But nonetheless, that was a good lift for Camilla. So we got Kamaya on the right.
All right, 2 words for you that are dreaded, again, that are stigmatized that I noticed on that. Hip shift. Your thoughts?
Well, you know, it's not my favorite. I know it's a very uncomfortable feeling, and it's definitely hard to recover from it. I know when my hips shift, it kind of hurts my back a little bit. So it's just really important to stay stable in your position and just maintain that solid path, and that won't happen. So. Ellison, 3 white lights. Nice job, girl.
On to the bottom flight. Remember, flight A, B, and C, we move through it in that order each and every time for each discipline. And then within those, you get 3 attempts for everybody. Lucy Taysom, 85, will be her second attempt on your right of screen.
And we got Abigail Channel with 77.5 for her first attempt. 3 white lights, that's a good lift on platform 4. Now let's see platform 3. 3 white lights, that's also a good lift. Now I got to throw in another dad joke there. Do you think that Abigail's going to channel greatness today?
Okay, well, it's 9:11-ish. So
Yeah.
if we can get a pace of like 1 per hour and not more, then that'll work.
Oh, okay. All
All
right.
right.
I'll settle down.
Yeah, listen, like, we've got 3 flights, right? So you already knew it's going to be, okay, a little bit longer session here, and then
Hey.
you got plenty of time until the afternoon session begins, and then the evening session, hey, don't even start with me.
Hey, I won't be
8:30
there.
Central start.
I will be in Indianapolis at a wedding, but I will be tuning in, making my dad jokes through watching the live stream.
Yeah, feel free to, drop some comments for us.
I will. I will. We got Lauren back up with 90 kilos on the bar. Three white lights. Well done. And we got Anjali with 105 kilos on the bar on platform 1. Or platform 3, excuse me. And that was a smooth first attempt. Oh, but that is a no lift. That is getting called on depth. It's all right, Anjali. Just go a little deeper next time. And what you'll notice from the viewer's perspective, I know you can't really see this through the live stream, but something as a ref that I've noticed is some people have an imbalance in their hips. So I know me personally, I go deeper on my left side than I do on my right. So if you ever wonder, oh, why did that person get called for depth on the left and not on the right? That is why.
Carly Corliss up to a 102.5 on her second squat. Remember, we progress throughout the flight order of lightest to heaviest, weight lifted. Carly's midpoint saw her slow down a bit, but then that's the question of depth when you get the reds.
We got a Chicago local on platform 3. We got Joe with 110 kilos on the bar. She often lifts at 5W. Shout out 5W.
All right, knowing nothing of and not speaking Chicago. Where's that?
5W is near Chinatown. So
Okay.
it is right near downtown, the downtown loop area. So that is right near UIC's campus as well. So, and that is University of Illinois, Chicago.
Chicago.
Yes.
Got it. Yep.
Yes. So a lot of university lifters will go there. But that is just one of the gyms you can visit when you are here in Lombard, Illinois for Raw Nationals if you have to get your last taper session in or what have you. Got Alice also taking 110, and I think if I blinked I would have missed it. Let's see. 3 white lights, that's a good lift.
Smoked. That's like with a SH, right? Like a couple of H's. Smoked.
Yep.
Don't worry.
Nora. Ooh, oh, come on, Nora. Three white lights, that's a good lift.
Now, on our platform 3, this is going to be our very first open class competitor. You do have a couple of them sneaking in right at the bottom of this flight C. Michelle Emerson, a 52 kg open. And you mentioned it as we were starting early in the morning to talk about age divisions. The open class, as you and I have been members of now for, I hate to admit how long. However, beyond the age of 23, and then those masters divisions that we saw mostly featured yesterday, beyond the age of 40 enters masters. So open between that 24 to 39 age division.
Correct.
Rowan Bishop under a 120, also a 52 open competitor, so her direct comparison will be Michelle Emerson. And I love it that the squats start right within a hair of each other, right within 5 keys. Rowan will rack a 120. And
That is a no lift on depth. Come on, Anna, go.
An absurd jump for Hannah Jones, too. It's 23.5 keys, and it's
3 white lights.
There. That is one of the heaviest jumps that we've seen. In fact, I believe the only lifter that we had with a bigger jump so far was Nash Earwood, 24.5 for that 215 that he missed and then had to get caught.
Got Trin on platform 3 with 125 kilos. Ooh, that was very nice. Another junior lifter, and Carrera also with 3 white lights.
Just a couple of juniors featured throughout that Flight C on Platform 3, and all in the 52 kilo class. Everybody in Flight C on your left of screen will be 52 keys. Just the number of different age divisions represented. Fiona Camp on a second at 70. Do you glance at the lights after each and every attempt?
Oh, yeah.
Right?
I don't want to walk away not knowing what happened. And it's honestly one of my favorite things, looking up and just seeing all whites.
Mm-hmm.
We got Kamaya up to take her third attempt, 87.5 on platform 4. And Misha on platform 3 with 75 kilos. Ooh, and that was a grind, but honestly for a third, that moved closer to a second.
Would you, and I think you've already mentioned this a little bit, you would rather grind out your third a little bit, know that you got everything out of your third squat, than complete that third and think, I had a little bit more?
I wouldn't say that.
Okay.
I mean, because the benefits of not leaving everything out on the platform on squat is okay. Now you can cook a little bit on bench and deadlift, but I also don't like having a cakewalk third attempt.
No matter what it is, no matter what the number is relative to
Yeah.
your numbers, or
Yeah.
no matter what like placings it may give you, any of that?
I honestly, no matter what it is, I just want to know that, like, hey, I pushed myself a little harder because I worked for this moment. I want to see what I'm capable of. Got Nixie Torres. They are loading up 95 kilos. And Haley taking 92.5 kilos. Sleepless once again.
It's, oh no, a 6'7" has been
Oh,
spotted.
no.
We went so long into this entire week without a 6'7", and there it is.
6-7 day was this week.
Yeah.
So it was inevitable.
Do you know how lucky we were to have like kind of missed it? And then, of course, there's always going to be one.
Yeah.
And you have the 67.5 class, of course, in both men's
That
and
is
women's
so true.
divisions, right? That it's like, sometimes we figure it's going to be staring you in the face. It's going to be unavoidable.
That's awesome. 2 highlights. That's a good lift on platform 4. We got Lauren up to take 95 kilos. They're loading. And Anjali to retake 105 kilos.
So just 3 more squats on platform 4. On the right side of your screen goes Lauren, Isabella, Carly in that order. 95 keys this first attempt.
Come on, Anjali.
That's a retake on the 105. Looks better here
Yes.
to all of us.
She is on the board. And a grind for Lauren, too. And I think the cutest thing is seeing all of her Eclipse teammates on the side cheering her on.
Mm-hmm.
And 3 white lights. That's a good lift. Oh, that celebratory hug. It brings a tear to my eye. And they are loading up 115 for Joe on platform 3.
I did see in the YouTube chat Allison Sinadinos, a lifter that I got to see at the USAPL Michigan State Championships in this past November, and who also competed at USA Indiana Midnight Eclipse. Got to see her cheering on the all of the Eclipse kiddos that we got here today.
I love Allison. She is the best. Shout out, Allison. Come on, Joe.
The 5 jump sometimes,
3
again, will
white
feel like a
lights.
lot more.
Yeah. I'm not sure how much she has left in her tank for her third, so
That minimum jump is always
that's a safe bet.
It's kind of the angel on your shoulder.
Yeah.
But the devil on your shoulder is take
5.
whatever you want. Take 5, take 10.
Oh, gosh. Oh, gosh. Got Carly retaking 102.5. She
And it's
missed
the-
that on depth.
And it's the bottom of the flight 2. It's the final squat on your right side on platform 4. It will come up just a tad empty. Carly Corliss missed on a... Now, she already had a big old competition PR secured. Her best was 80 coming in at the Georgia State Championships back in February. Still takes a 12.5. When was the last time you put 12.5 on a lift at once on one day, right?
Yeah, I wish. Now I just get so excited about a 2.5 kilo mean PR.
Yeah, when you chip, you feel like you're over the moon. Absolutely.
Yeah, exactly. We got Alice with 117.5 kilos on the bar. Another one of our junior lifters. Oh, that was good. Put some weight on the bar. And 3 white lights. That's a good lift. You know what also really impresses me about some of the female lifters is how they can wear their hair in what is called a claw clip, if you're not aware. And then also their hair down when they squat. I need my hair to be out of my face. I need it to be in a ponytail, a braid, what have you. If it gets in the way, if I feel it in my face, nope, game over. So I commend the girls that can really look good and lift good because, I can do that to a degree. And that's my girly opinion for the day.
I'm telling you, we got a long day to go. Like, you may as well, keep going. Like, exhaust your whole tank. Exhaust your repertoire.
I know.
It gives you something more to talk about.
That is true. 3 white lights for Michelle. Well done.
Rowan Bishop up next. Did miss on the opener of 125. Remember, these are your two 52-kilo open competitors, Michelle Emerson and Rowan Bishop. That means they are the two head-to-heads within that age division.
Yes, and we are done with squats on platform 4. So now we are just doing platform 3. We got Rowan taking 125 kilos. Very nice. And the judges say, oh, that is a no lift. Depth. You know, I should really pause before I say how it was. But, you know, sometimes that can happen. It can look good, but it just wasn't deep enough. We got Trin with 137.5 kilos.
Once more, you get to a bottom of the flight. That means you're the heaviest. It means a little bit more the more that you get into the age divisions too. Trin, your junior, heavier than all the opens. And on the 137.5 with the 12.5 jump and with more in the tank, zinger.
Oh, yeah, 3 white lights. One of my favorite things is just like my simple pleasures in powerlifting that Trin did, for example, is the false unrack. It's the lifting up and then setting it back down on the combo rack just to make sure it's at the right spot on your back. I know I do that, and I feel like whenever I see people do that, just to take an attempt, I know that it's going to be good because they're doing what they can to prepare themselves. So
It's funny. On deadlift, that would be cause for, the attempt to
yeah.
start and then you set it down. And yet you will
A
see,
wedge.
right, you will see though still, typically hook grip pullers and typically sumo deadlifters, and both combined are very, very likely to do a lot of that, right? When you, especially even more so if you like aggressively pump the hips, right? You shoot
Yep.
the hips, and then there are times clearly when the bar like undeniably breaks the ground, and referees do not signal an attempt on that. I get upset from time to time. As a guy who hasn't pulled hook in competition but is trying to learn it, I always see these guys and I think that is clearly an attempt. That bar breaks the floor, and
Yeah.
as such, you're done with it.
Yeah, exactly.
I want to see it enforced, is what I'm saying.
Come on, Misha. Come on. Come on. Go. Go. And 2 white lights. That's a good lift. You know, the bar path, I was a little worried that this may have happened. I think on one side she might have gone slightly down. So now we got Abigail here to channel some more greatness and go 3 for 3 potentially. We got 95 kilos on the bar.
Abigail weighed in 48.1 this morning. Was one of the lightest 52 competitors that you could be.
Wow. Oh.
And then again, I think that's just a balance issue. I think
It did look like she lost her balance a little.
weight right in the heels as she kind of falls backward.
Yeah, she just shifted. And, you know, that's all right.
That
Just
torso
means-
position, I always hear, the moment that it deviates is when you start to get in trouble, right? And so there are a few schools of thought on, okay, how much do I hinge? How much do I really allow that torso lean as I'm going throughout the rep? But I think those who do it best look very similar, for example, right before the top of their squat and right at the bottom or right near the hole.
Exactly. I agree. And, you know, honestly, she can still walk away with 2 out of 3. That's pretty good going into bench. So, come on, Nixie. I love at the top when lifters are like very surprised that they got it. That's a no lift due to depth, but you know, she could still count it as a potential gym PR. It doesn't count in the meet. However, she still stood back up.
I'm told it is often that simple.
Yeah.
It's a great call.
Oh, really?
Anjali Vital will take a 112.5. This is a 7.5 jump after missing on the opener. Remember, she's another one of those 52 juniors, so she'll be competing head-to-head with Joanna as well as Trin. Trin still with the biggest squat. She's put in another 5 to round out the flight when we get there.
Come on, Anjali. Oh, yeah. Two white lights, that's a good lift. And, you know, Anjali has had to overcome some adversity getting here. I was following along. She had a lot of flight issues, delayed flights, canceled flights. I don't think she got into Chicago until late the other night. So, you know, making it here and still smoking 2 for 3 out of squats, it's pretty good. She didn't fail any of the lifts, you know, it's just a depth thing.
More 52s, everybody, as we round out this flight C in the 52 kilo class, just across all the age divisions. Here's another junior, Joanna.
Come on, Joe. That's all right.
Business decision, dumping that one. You have 10 minutes of changeover time between each discipline. The timer now on platform 4, as we wrapped up a while ago with the Carly Corliss squat, shows about 2.5 minutes. So there may be like a handful of seconds when this flight ends. Likely not even that the two platforms are not operating simultaneously.
A handful.
If we're like really lucky and the last 5 go all quickly here to round out this flight C squats, it's unlikely. Michelle Tomko's 120. Well, they always say depth is the #1 concern, and so eliminate all doubt by the bottom out.
And pretty in pink, she did it. 3 white lights. Michelle with 122.5 on the bar. I think she is the one that I've seen assert the most passion. Like you see her stomping. I saw her slap her thighs before going out. So she's ready to rumble.
It was a really quick walk out to and set her feet with no wasted movement and no extra steps.
Michelle. That was awesome.
What that tells me is that's a skill set that's going, if she wants to stick with it, to transfer well to Masters.
Oh, yeah.
So 32 years of age
point.
for Michelle Wright in Open. And I'm telling you, the more you go along, you see unbelievable control of the barbell from Masters. Of course, I made sort of the joke or the observation that Masters, multiple times yesterday, Masters doesn't refer just to their age division. It refers to kind of that mastery of the barbell from, you know, for many decades and decades under the bar. We had up to Masters 5s yesterday.
That's a good point.
In the morning session, Laverne Gray, 82 years of age.
Yeah.
Almost every attempt that she took was a record. A national record for her class. Absolutely.
Is Master really just the cover-up for Bowler?
Right.
Alice with 125. And that is a no lift. It's all right, Alice.
You got another 125 coming. Remember, this is a lot number-based order that these two lifters are coming in because Alice had the 30-36 lot number just randomly assigned, right, plucked out of a hat. That means she took the attempt first. Now Rowan Bishop takes the attempt second. Rowan has 125 on the bar as well. This is one more survival squat.
Come on, Rowan, lock this in.
It's squat with an SKWAAT squat. Please.
3 white lights. That is a new one. I like it.
But you imagine how terrible you look if that doesn't come up or if it's red lights. You would say, oh, my goodness, what did we do that for?
PR still, but, hey, that is a neat PR. We got Trin with 142.5 kilos on the bar. For those that do not speak in kilos, this is 315 pounds.
Bottom of the flight. Again, it means something to be here. It means you got the heaviest squat. We'll polish off the session squats right here
Trin.
and now.
Go, go. It's all right, just wasn't there. You know, the bottom of a squat is something that a lot of people have a really hard time grinding out of. Sometimes you can just lose tension, lose leg drive, what have you. So it happens.
And that rounds it out for our squats for session 1 of the day, 9:34 a.m. Central Time here from the Westin Lombard in Lombard, Illinois. Platform 4 is going to come back onto your screen in right now. we have a couple still wandering through the camera frame at times, and it's like, oh, okay. Well, we don't want to get ahead of ourselves. But when that 1-minute attempt timer comes, it's right now. That means Riley Johnson will open up with her 10 kg. This is one more youth barbell that they'll have to get swapped out once you go beyond that, or once you get up to that 20 kg threshold.
I love the spotters just standing right behind the bench, just watching. You know, you're in good hands. I don't know how much they can do from the back of the bench, but we got Heidi Hitchman up next with 15 kilos on the bar. You know, just to run through a couple things with bench, there is 3 commands that they will have to listen for. I know you can't hear them through the live stream, but just so that way you're filled in on why they're pausing before they take their attempts. So the first one is start, and then press, and then rack. So they will get the start command once their elbows are locked. Similar to how their knees had to be locked, their elbows must be locked. Their feet must be firm on the ground. They cannot have their heels up. They can't have any part of their foot up. Their feet can only move back and forth. They can't come up. And then same thing with their butt. Their butt has to stay on the bench. It can, I know a lot of times when people are grinding out a bench, sometimes their butt can like shake, but if it comes off the bench, then that is a no lift. So referees will look for those 3 things. You will see at the corner of the right side, that is the right side referee. They will put their hand up, and we will watch this together for this attempt. They will put their hand up, and then once they put their hand down, I know there is a no signal right now, but you will see that for the next attempt, once they put their hand down, that means that the lifter is ready to start. They are looking for the butt cue, and just to make sure that they're ready to go. But once they have one hand down, and then once the chief thinks that they're ready to go, they only need one side to start. But they will get the press command once the bar is still on their chest. So when it is still on their chest, then they can press, and then they have to do the same exact thing that they did when they started. They have to lock their elbows at the top and keep the bar still before they can rack. So that is the 3 commands. I know that you just heard about them all while you could not see the bench, but now once we are watching the next attempt, you will know exactly what I mean. So we are back on screen for Malia with 15 kilos on the bar.
Well, so you know what you can already add to your resume is radio broadcast, right? As it came into an impromptu one for a handful of moments there, but well done.
Oh, thank you. Thank you. You know, it's easy to talk about a sport that you love so much. So.
And having the knowledge of like along many different avenues of the sport, right? Between competition, between emceeing as well, and between reffing and all of those, right?
And then competing. And then I've also, before I became a ref, I was a spotter and loader. Yeah. Yes, I can't spot for like 500-pound plus squats, but you know, anything below 500, I gotcha. So I have gotten to expand my powerlifting resume, and I have a powerlifting bucket list. Yeah. And being on commentating on a live stream is one of the last things that I have to check off. So check. Reffing a national meet is the only other one. So other than that, I am making my way downtown, as Vanessa Carlton would say.
Very nice.
Wonder if the spotters and loaders back there are talking to the lifters as they go up. You know, like, look at them. I can't. This is really funny that they're just standing right there.
And speaking of
Oh,
standing,
yeah, look at that.
speaking of standing right there, like you've been saying, the whole Eclipse team watches on at every attempt.
Exactly, right? Right? They are the most supportive team. And I had the opportunity to compete at an Eclipse meet, and they will support every single lifter at the meet, no matter if they know you or if they don't. And so it's just so cute to see. I received high fives from every single youth lifter, and it makes you happy.
Still got about 5 minutes of time before we bring Platform 3 magically back onto your screen. Again, 10 minutes of changeover time between each of the disciplines. We'll do the same thing between bench and deadlift that we did between our squats and bench. Gavin will also, once we get to Platform 3 and it magically appears, he will also open with 10 kgs. So you have a few of those youth barbells that will require some swapping out, and that does occasionally slow down the transitions a little bit between each lift.
We'll say another shout out to give, and that's to Barbell Productions. Just watching this live stream, it's very satisfying to the eye, even like for us as we commentate. And I think this is like the best it has ever looked. So good job, guys. I know you probably might not be able to hear me right now, but as a viewer, this is a fantastic production, and I know these photos are going to look killer. So
The photos and videos and the speed, the rapidity at which they turn them around is unreal. You can have, and I've been telling people this, not everybody believes me, you can have a morning session lifter complete their session, and by the time they're done and that afternoon session is starting right beyond them, you can have all of your media turned back to you. You can have
That
it
is
in
true.
hand, and you can post it. And you can say, boom, meet recap, like as I'm still, heading back to the hotel, take a shower, and now it's ready. Or I don't know, what would be the proper order of operations there? Should you shower first, or like if it didn't happen on your Instagram, it didn't happen at all? I don't know.
Oh, I may shower first and then a meet recap. I'm very delayed at my meet recaps, but if I had mine immediately, I would shower. I always feel disgusting at the end of a meet, but if you don't feel that way, did you even compete?
I am an eater before anything. I will often, even be willing to go out somewhere and be a little bit drippy, be a little.
There you go.
You bring your.
Your medal too.
Well, you can. Yeah, that makes you look real cool sometimes. Even bring, a little deodorant stick, right, and pass through one on each real quick. Rayanne on an opening 20 kg bench. Now, again, remember, we swap out those bars based on those thresholds that you hit, and the lightest youth bar there that we have, the 10 kg bar. Rayanne did have a successful opener, and Anna Hitchman will follow. We might have a brief internet issue as we're seeing technical difficulties on our end with LiftingCast as well, with our scoreboard systems. That's never a great sign, and it does often bring more people around the platform. You know what I mean? You start to see some people come into the camera frame. You think, oh, I haven't seen this person before.
Yeah.
It's likely because we're improving a little bit.
Yeah, but you know what? Listen to us. We will guide you through it. We will make sure that you're there every step of the way. These refs are here to make sure that it's all going smoothly as well. Shout out one of the refs in the corner. That's Natalie Askin. She is the technical coordinator this session, it looks like. So a technical coordinator's job as a referee is to make sure that lifters are ready to go before they are up on the platform. So they will say, for example, Anna Hitchman on the platform, and then on deck is Adeline Jones. And in the hole is our terminology, but that is just 2 out for Mariella. So that is what is going on right now. So Anna Hitchman is up, Adeline is on deck, Mariella in the hole, followed by Macy. So a little bit more terminology. And, a technical coordinator, I think, is probably one of the most underrated roles as a referee, whether or not you're working the score table, platform, jury, or TC is what they call it. I think that is an extremely needed position, because if not, lifters will not be ready, or they will be rushing to get in before the end of their minute.
In 10 seconds time or so, we'll have that attempt timer starting to run as it appears on the left side of your screen. Platform 3 back with the bench press ready to kick it off for Flight A. Again, as always, you progress throughout the flight. The lightest couple of opening benches here are 10 kilos. Ashton Gardner will feature at the very bottom of the flight, just like he did with the squat and just like he will with the deadlift. His openers being the heaviest out of everybody. And then once you get 3 attempts for everybody in Flight A on the bench press, we move down to Flight B. Do the same thing again all the way through Flight C. Then we'll change it over again with 10 more minutes of time between our benches and deadlifts.
Thank you. That was a glorious explanation.
You can say it with as many words as you want, you know what I mean? Or as few as possible. It's like, okay, everybody benches, then wait a little, and everybody deadlifts.
Oh, another tidbit learning moment. Sometimes lifters can request blocks to be placed. That's what the spotters and loaders are putting down. If a lifter is maybe just a little short or just wants a little bit more elevation, if you may, they can request those blocks to be put down. A lot of our younger lifters will do that since the combo rack only goes down so far. They might need those blocks to reach it. Yep. Come on, Mariella.
Opening benches flying up. Let's
Same
get
with
3
Gavin.
more on the right, surely.
And
We're teased. We never had him popped up, did we?
let's see here. Mariella, that was a good lift. So in case you missed it on the screen or don't have LiftingCast pulled up, that was a good lift.
And if you don't and you can still follow every results, you are clearly a savant, and you need to, in some way try and market that skill, like make a job out of it or something, right? Like find yourself a job in a Major League Baseball front office or that kind of thing with an unbelievable, insane analytical mind. So what you should probably do instead, as normal people, should probably go online to liftingcast.com, look for 2026 USA Powerlifting Youth and Raw Nationals.
So true.
Just my thoughts on it. Just my 2 cents. As somebody who, Major League Baseball would obviously appeal to me, that exact kind of thing. A little bit more background on me is I am a stats and information director with, this is going to make me sound lame in the powerlifting sphere, with Major League Indoor Soccer.
Oh, that's cool. Wait,
well,
indoor? I didn't realize that was such a
Hey, we get that all the time.
commodity.
We get that all the time. They said there is professional indoor soccer. I said, yeah, if you know where to look.
Hey, there you go. Come on, Julia.
Barbell swapped out again there as Juliet Headley was at the bottom of the flight. Riley Johnson back up at the top of it.
We got Sebastian with 12.5 kilos requesting a liftoff. And what this means, another learning moment, lifters can request a liftoff sometimes. If they are taking a heavyweight, they might like help with a liftoff, and this just means the bar is assisted in the lifting off the rack just to get it in a good placement for them. I personally am a self-liftoff kind of gal, so I do not get help from anyone else. But it is really just up to the lifter. It also depends on rack height. Sometimes I see people with a lower rack height requesting that liftoff. It really just depends. There is no method to the madness. It is really just a person by person request. So
Speaking of person by person, I am told, and I don't know if anybody ever told me this before my first competition, that made it a whole lot more difficult. Every time you come up to the bench, you've got a head spotter up there who will be giving handoffs, right?
Yep.
You got to tell them every single time you come up there exactly what you're looking for out of their handoff.
Yep.
That was a really sort of steep learning curve for me.
Yeah, you say like, oh, you only want a light lift off, so you don't want a lot of the weight. Because sometimes that is a no lift, but sometimes people give liftoffs and they pick up all of the weight for you practically, and that I personally never liked because then I feel like I lose control of it. So
And not only that, too, but if you say on 3, there are some who will lift the bar the moment that you say 3. There are some who will go 1, 2, 3, and after you've said 3 at some point will then proceed to lift it. I've made both of those mistakes before with that precision of language barrier. And so that is why, in large part, you'll hear me come across right on the microphone with exactly that there is no room for interpretation. I will say, sir, please, I'm going to count 1, 2, 3, and please lift the bar on 3, not after 3.
On 3 after 3 debate is crazy.
Right? It's hilarious, but that tiny little deviation
makes a difference.
Yeah, and that's just the simple communication. It's the obligation of the lifter. It is a mandate that you've got to do.
That is true.
That really nobody told me, and once I learned that firsthand, I've never forgotten it since.
Yep. Very well put. You know, it's like when you play rock, paper, scissors. There used to be the debate, is it rock, paper, scissors, shoot?
Right.
Or is it rock, paper, scissors?
Mm-hmm. Or do you call it Rochambeau even? I mean, I know that's like kind of a regional thing, right? But some maybe.
I've never heard that one.
Oh, okay.
We got Malia with 17.5 kilos on the bar. And I believe that is a good lift. We are not seeing the lights come up, so let me check for everyone. That is a good lift.
Those agonizing couple of seconds. It's the worst moment in all of powerlifting for not even just the lifter on the platform, right? I mean, coaches looking on, parents taking a video. When do I cut the video? Do I cut the video before the lights come up? Like, I don't know.
Exactly.
It's a moment of panic for all of us.
I completely agree. We got Pierce getting 22 kilos loaded on the bar, and Brindley getting 20 kilos on the bar. We are going through first attempts with Platform 3. As we know, Platform 3 was just slightly behind Platform 4. Platform 4 with their second attempts. Brindley whipping her hair back and forth. She's ready to crush this 20 keys.
So I think in pop music culture, we have really run the gambit so far. I'm almost taking this as a personal challenge. I've got to find something that's more obscure to reference in that pop music space. Now, I'm an utterly confident individual in being able to do that, but it's like we still have some presumably couple hours to spare here to find them.
Yeah, that is true, and we will. We will. We got 22 on both platforms. Pierce smoked that 22. Let's see if Neva can do that. You know, not to bring in the pop reference again, but 22. Taylor Swift would be proud. Come on, Neva. And, yep. She pressed it. Let's see what the judges say.
The worst thing in the world to have to pregnant pause on because you've already had like a full attempt come through on our other side on Platform 3, which was successful. Good openers for just about everybody on bench. You did have Levi Burns and Jonah Vanover miss on your left so far. out of everybody.
We got Rayan on the right on platform 4. That looked good. Let's see what happens. And that was a good lift. And taking 22.5 again, we got Adeline Jones. And Adeline has gone 3 for 3 on squat. Let's see how her second attempt bench goes.
Connor Brown was made to hang out just a little bit on his chest, and the 25 kg then came up too, and you got cards.
That is a no lift, and that no lift can come from a couple of things. He received yellows for that one, and it can be most commonly what I see as a rev is the butt leaving the bench and or the feet coming off of the floor. Sometimes your heels come up, or if you're grinding out that bench, maybe your butt is coming up. So that is what my prediction was that it was from, but once again, I'm not on the platform, so I cannot give you a firm answer, but that is my speculation.
And it's real funny. The yellow cards are actually the catch-all.
Yes.
People think that the reds are, but not really, right? If the bar just doesn't come up, okay, red card, and so and then a handful of other things. Obviously, the real obvious one with squat being depth. That's like the #1 red card probably in all of powerlifting, right?
Yep.
And then everything else that's kind of weird, it usually results in the yellows.
So true. Come on, Quinley. Oh, and spotters took that one. That is a no lift. That is all right. Quinley's got one more attempt. We got Titus with 3 white lights on platform 3. 25 kilos is getting loaded up for Anna on platform 4. Oh my gosh, the way that he just changed that bar and then stepped over it.
That is a tremendously...
That was crazy.
Right? Like, that's well practiced. You have to have lots and lots of reps under your belt to do that.
That is like... That's just something that his mind thought of. Like, I don't think that was anything that was like, oh, this is how you got to change it. How? What?
I'm telling you, on the biggest stage, the lights shine brighter.
So true.
Both almost synced up bars here. Titus Reyes, Anna Hitchman, a first and a second bench. And all the results ought to be the same we thought. We're still having some issues, I think, on, again, it could be just an internet deal, right? Your referees usually hold a tablet, right,
yep.
to vote on that that standard of the lift. And so, as such, you're probably not relying on a wired connection, and then Wi-Fi, it can smell fear. Nikolai Kotara, 37.5 opener on your left. He's your 100 kg competitor.
And it sounds like we might have a record incoming. I was listening to the MC mention for Mariella on platform 4.
Yeah, you bet. Again, you can tell because it's one of those odd denominations. It's 44 kilos. National record for her out of those 44 kg weight class competitors. Mariela Masso weighed in 29.6 kg this morning for the 30s.
Come on, Mary. Oh. It's all right. Oh, that's kind of cool. I didn't realize that the back of her singlet says her last name. It's kind of tough. It's like a jersey.
That is pretty cool, yeah.
And that's a good lift for Ashton. We are back up to the top 4 second attempts on platform 3 with Levi, 12.5 kilos.
I'm really interested. We see on LiftingCast that Mariella did weigh in 29.6 and was registered as a 30 class competitor. We had our scoreboard showing 44.
Oh.
My guess is that it was a record, in fact, for the 30 class.
Oh, potentially.
Yeah.
I'm unsure. And Juliet making 35 kilos look like butter. And that is a good lift. Nice job. And we got the blocks being put out for Levi with 12.5 kilos and 35 kilos on the bar for Macy. You know, the intrusive thought in my head whenever I keep saying kilos is,
Yes.
oh, not kilo, not key highs, kilos.
This is the
I
time to
just-
let them out. I'm telling you. In the middle of bench, there are those who have stepped away from their screen.
Yup.
There are those who, okay, my lifter has gone and just hit their attempt. I'm going to go to the bathroom. I'm going to go make breakfast. I'm going to go.
Exactly.
I'm probably going to go actually do some work when I'm at work instead of
You
sitting
know?
here watching USAPL Nats. Like, maybe.
You know, and we are here to bring you all the action. 3 white lights. Very nice.
Those are actually the ones that we want to take a moment and shout out right now. Everybody who's watching at work, go ahead and drop it in the chat board. Even just put like the raised hand emoji, right? 5 fingers spread and just claim it proudly. Yes, I'm watching at work.
I know that was me the other day, but, you know, if you have multiple screens, you get the pass. If it is your only screen, sorry, go back to work, please. But
Ideally.
it's a Friday, though. It's almost the weekend. Very exciting. And Levi, oh my gosh, Levi, wow. Let's see. 2 white lights, that is still a good lift. There was a blue card thrown. What I am guessed that was thrown for was for lockout, that his elbows were not locked at the start or at the finish, because that was a pretty fluid attempt, so.
Riley Johnson taking one more record stab. It was 11.5 keys. That's one of your least common denominators. That is one of your, with the quarter kilo plates, the least kind of typical or within expectations load. And that really will test a loader's mental, like the mental math proficiency and the quickness of it.
Especially with the youth bars. What is it?
Mm-hmm. Yeah, what even is this bar that I'm holding in my hands, right? It's like, I know it's lighter, but...
Exactly. Sebastian getting that lift off once again and is attempting 15 kilos. We got Malia on platform 4 with 18 kilos.
So more records to be falling. That's how you can always tell, folks. Remember, if it's not a multiple of 2.5, you can be certain that it's a record. Even if it is, there are still a great number of them that will happen to be, just as Malia had with her 17.5 second. And off the chest, it comes with plenty of speed towards the top. Smoke.
Oh, yeah.
Jonah Vanover did miss his opener on 15.5, and it is a 1 kg jump. We always say that 2.5 is one of the trickiest jumps in the world, right? And of course,
Especially
we're always
with bench.
Yeah, we're always referring to the bench press pretty much when that is the case.
Yes.
A 1 kg jump is probably translates with all of the youths here, especially in the youth ones, these 8 and 9s, probably translates to almost the identical kind of trickiness to it. That, wow, who turned up the gravity when you throw on that 1 key?
Exactly. How did 2.5 kilos turn into a billion?
Yes. Does not affect that attempt. It'll come up nice and smooth. Jackson Delcourt up next on your left, 19 keys.
Heidi Hitchman here to take her third at 20 kilos.
Heidi completed a 52.5 squat. So we can start telling some people about the subtotals as they round out. Remind me again with the Socratic method, what's the subtotal?
With the Socratic method, I can't. Subtotal is basically what your total is so far. So, for example, Brinley's subtotal right now is 47.5. So taking into account her squat best and her bench best. Her subtotal is 47.5. So her total will be complete once we take the thirds from her deadlift.
We have a claim in the chat for somebody who's watching at work. Thank you very much. We knew there were a few, and probably many who won't admit it, and so to be the first to admit it, gold star.
Shout out Izzy Rivera.
Yeah. Brindley Arnold, Jackson Johnson. Press on the left, press on the right. It'll pass on your left and 3 on the right. 5 out of 6 ain't bad. Pierce Kinsman is going to come up and extend a Youth 2 52 kg record. 22 was his first. 25 will be his second. That 25 kg, 55 pounds, and just about 55.1. Neva Mashek taking once more a record here on 23 keys. Getting that true chip of the half kg plates is plenty within range for her. 23 keys secured. Pierce letting his attempt timer run a little bit further, a deliberate setup. And now, on a start command, as he hits all 3, look to be no issue from me. Quinley Myers, third bench coming up. It's a retake of 25 kilos. Sometimes that 5 jump is, I mean, we say the 2.5 is tricky on bench, and a lot of the, I think especially the women's masters lifters from yesterday showed exactly that. Wow, 2.5 can be a ton, and so 5 is often too aggressive, do you think?
Yeah, I think it can be. I mean, I think if you... It really just depends. I mean, I don't like to say that it can be too aggressive because for some it may be a cakewalk. For some it may be the hardest thing ever.
Only way to know is when you've been on that platform and you've felt your own attempts out. Like
So
your
true.
speed, right? Does your changing of the length of the press command, and because you don't control that press, does that change how quickly the bar comes off your chest? For many, the answer is yes.
That is so true. All right, we got Rayanne, and that is a no lift. I believe that was from bar path. I noticed that the bar went down as she was pressing, so.
That's really been something that we've seen so little of. It was actually more prominent in the Masters sessions yesterday, was lots of very slight up and downs, but even so, anytime it happened, I'm telling you, people were hammered on it. They were held to an unbelievable standard that forced, some adjustments and had effects on totals at the end of the day.
Exactly. We got Anna with 28 kilos on the bar and then 30 kilos being loaded for Finley on platform 3. That is a no lift. That is all right. You will come back on deadlift. Let's see about Finley. That looked good. 2 white lights, that's a good lift. Yellow card, maybe the butt came up. Otherwise, it was a good lift.
I'd say what we haven't really seen probably called at all yet, but that can tend to happen. I really see it more on the male side. I see it more at heavier weight classes. I'm talking about heaving.
Yep.
Right? So tell us about a heave.
So it's similar to sinking, but it's where you press the bar pretty deep into your chest, and then you sort of use I don't want to say the rest of your body because that feels weird to say.
Right.
I could definitely show it. I mean, there's not really anyone that would probably do this, but just using the rest of your body besides your arms to press the bar. So, I mean, it's kind of in the name. Like, when you see it, you're like, that's a heave because you're like, oh, off the chest. So, I know that probably wasn't the best explanation, but it's something that we see so rarely until you get to those heavier weight classes that it's really harder to explain. I don't think I personally could demonstrate a heave.
Okay. Which is probably a good thing, right? Seeing as,
Yep.
again, that's an infraction. That's the red light with the yellow card. So
You know, some people say that I have the softest press in the Midwest.
Really?
So.
that's where did you learn to? So then, presumably, you've got a more tempoed or a more metered kind of descent
Yep.
to it. That mixes well, right? Those two go together well.
Yeah, I can, but I mean, I typically have a faster bench, but you know, you just got to learn how to control.
Okay.
And I would like to shout out my coach for that. Shout out Davey Lift, Miss Allie David.
Allie David.
Yep.
Oh, you mean 100 kg national champion of
Yep.
last year, Allie David.
Yep, she is competing on Sunday. Woohoo!
When I
So-
heard you say Allie really early this morning, I meant to ask, and I thought that might be exactly who
Yep.
you were talking about. I also know that she's going to coach 90 kg open competitor Bryn Nevins.
Yes.
And Bryn was another great competitor. I got to watch her at USAPL Michigan State Championships back in November. Bryn also, like yourself, competitor, ref, wants to get involved in a lot of ways. I just had her on. We essentially do like podcast episodes sometimes in USAPL Michigan meets.
Oh, I watched it.
Oh, did you?
Yep.
Well, thank you very much. That was myself and Bryn and our producer Ian Varquez over there. That was super fun to talk to her.
Heard Michigan State's runs a very nice meet.
Mm-hmm. You bet.
You got Ashton. That was definitely slower than his first attempt, but 3 white lights, that's a good lift, so.
Final bench of the platform for Flight A's coming at you. Macy Martin been down at the bottom of the flight again, where she is maybe stalled in the midpoint there. That was 4 or 5 seconds worth that it hung out, and then decides not quite going to come up. How long do you like to let somebody wait, sit there, fight with it as you're spotting? And
As
not
I'm
just
spotting?
not just in the gym too, but on the platform, right? If you were somebody here at Nats.
Oh, well, the rule of thumb is once you see the bar go down, then you grab it.
Sure.
So, I mean, I'll let, if I'm spotting someone in the gym, I'll let them fight for as long as they need to
All right.
to get the lift, as long as they're not going down or putting themselves in danger.
Yeah.
But that is what we also have face savers for in the combo rec. Obviously, we have a extremely trained and well-versed spotting and loading crew, one of the best in the country, the TSS spotting and loading. However, face savers are there for if something crazy happens. They are set for if the bar falls,
Yeah.
it should roll and like not crush them. So
That's your one criteria, not crush you. I like it.
yeah. So it's not supposed to like pin you, is what you will sometimes hear in the powerlifting community as well. So Phoenix taking her first attempt at 22 kilos. That looks pretty good to me. What do the judges say? 3 white lights. Well done.
Sebastian McKenzie wants an extra 2.5 here. He will see it added for the subtotal. Once more, that subtotal referring to the sum of your best bench plus your best squat attempt completed successfully.
You know, it's a lot better explanation than mine. Okay, well.
Again, you can use as many words as you want to say. It doesn't mean it's more precise or it is more accurate.
Just a more professional explanation.
It's all right. You know what? We're here to practice the same way that everybody out on this platform is from the age of 8 again
Exactly.
to 82. We have already seen competitors of all of those ages take the platform so far.
Yes. Zenobia had a missed attempt. That was definitely an interesting one. It was a grinder, and it was going up and down on the left side. The right side, I guess the referee considered that the bar path did not have any downward motion, but that just can show that you can be uneven on bench as well. So you may have a certain side. I know I used to be a grinder where my right side would go up first and then my left. So it just depends.
And I presume then with no other information in the background that you are a right-handed.
No, left-handed.
You're left-handed too.
Yeah.
Hilarious, as this is probably the only left-handed booth going on in like all of powerlifting right now.
Are you lefty? Oh, okay. Shout out all the left-handed people out there.
It's an utterly rare breed, you know what I mean? and it's like pretty much a right-handed world that it's built for. Your writer's notebooks in elementary, did you smear them and have the ink all over and run all over your hand? Yeah.
The scissors.
Sure.
Yep.
Yeah, scissors that are alternated the wrong way for you, and then you got to go to like a special stand or a store to buy your own. Absolutely.
I never found those.
Yeah. And they run a little bit more than normal scissors, you know what I mean? It's kind of absurd.
We got Gavin with 20 kilos for his third attempt. Let's see. Go, go, go. This is an exact example of what we said. His right side went up before his left, and look at that celebration. Oh, and that is a no lift, but gym PR. That could have been. It looked like he didn't lock his elbows at the end. It looked like he was quick to rack, so that could have been. He also might have jumped the rack command. Like we said before, the yellow is the catch-all, and obviously we can't hear the commands like we said before, but I mean, other than that, that attempt looked pretty good, so I think he may have just rushed it.
Jackson Delcourt once more claiming if it should crawl all the way up. Another record here out of the Youth 2 52s. Count it.
Evan Baugh with a very smooth first attempt. Three white lights. 3 right lights. That's
well,
crazy.
I mean, you've said it almost so many times that it has to, at some point, get a little bit shaken up, a little bit stirred in your mind.
Yes. Could say it in my sleep.
Yes, and that's, I think, the issue, is that you'd be, like, hypnotized into saying it, and it would haunt you.
Yes.
And you just continue to hear it in the back of your head.
All right, go, Jackson, go, Jackson, go. Oh.
Budged off the chest, but not by much.
Tough spot. That's like the bottom of a squat.
Yeah.
Press command.
Last couple of inches right, or the first couple of inches off of the chest, or the last couple of inches into the hole of a squat.
Yes.
Is kind of where most of those are going to be lost.
And we can see a lot of the third attempts so far have been missed on platform 3. That is very, very common. The third bench is the most commonly missed lift in a meet, so a lot of people call it the third bench curse. It's normal. There's something about it that it's just more common, and that's okay.
Learn to be accepting of that, right? To just say, okay, I've got 2 good ones in, and I'm kind of hopefully with house money, right?
Exactly.
Maybe, especially if I got that
Nathan,
PR on the
Nathan.
second. Nathan Baugh, he did, had the PR on the second. We'll add another half. If that should pass, it does
lift.
not.
Oh, another sibling connection. Evan and Nathan Baugh. Wow. Still haven't figured out if the other siblings are related, but
what you would need, ideally, would be a real catch-up performance on platform 4 to the point that they end up at the same point and you get the changeover happening at the same time. That's very rare, but when we're so fortunate as to have that, we are always super appreciative, and then that's when you see people run and take the snack and the drink break and all that all at once.
We'll say that we're very fortunate. I think we're moving at a very well-drawn pace. I mean, it's 10:18 right now, and we're into bench, so I'm knocking on wood as we speak, but shout out to our spotting and loading crew.
An 8 a.m. early morning here on Friday on day one of USA Powerlifting Youth and Raw Nationals for 2026. 2 more sessions for the day. We don't even want to tell you the approximate start times on those to not jinx it, to not tempt fate quite too much. But you should probably look on usapowerlifting.com and find those yourself. You know what I mean? Again,
Yes.
that's said very tongue-in-cheek. That's I don't trust it if I were to say a number.
And that was a good third attempt for Daniel Cook. Another tip, if you see 60 kilos on the bar, 60 kilos is 135 pounds. So that is 1 plate on the bar. So if you are lifting at a commercial gym, that is 45 on both sides. So saying this for all of the friends out there that might be wondering, what are they lifting?
What do any of those colors mean, right? And of
Look
course,
at how many reds.
yeah, and the specialized USA Powerlifting branded plates that they get here too. That's going to look different from, of course, your local meets.
Yes, the steel plates.
Nash Irwood, again, a very much bottom of the flight kind of guy. Opens with a 108.5. As always, everything he takes throughout the entire day gonna be a national record. And there's way more in the tank too after his opening bench. Missed that 215 squat. Remember that, as that did have to be kind of caught, and that was, oh boy, let me do the math here. That was 87.5 kilos beyond everyone else in the flight. You know what I mean?
Dang, wow.
Yeah. Daniel Cook with the second heaviest squat completed there. Zenobia Thomas Miller missed on 22 to open. Looks like has called all the way back. Ethan Goodwin on a 36. Right in that neighborhood of 80 pounds and will knock it out. A 6-for-6 day unfolding so far. Ethan Goodwin out of the 44s in the Raw Youth 1s ahead of everybody. Remember, we separate lifters based on not only their age division, but also their weight class.
Next up, we got Nikolai retaking 37.5 on platform 3. Come on, Nikolai, this is a survival bench. Let's go.
And is it on his chest? What do you think? Because I don't know that he ever got.
I am not sure.
You've got to get it onto the chest,
No.
and that, I think, is the issue.
That is not a good lift. If that was on the chest, I think he might have beaten me out for softest touch in the Midwest, but that, alas, was not on the chest.
I think he might have set a world record, in fact. I think you could have, like, stacked something really soft on his chest, right, and had him, like, rest it on there. Like, have you ever seen somebody do, like, a chip?
Yup.
Like a potato chip or something, and see if they can not break it. That would have been the kind of thing he could have done.
Yeah. Evan with a speedy descent, still taking that 3 white lights. You know, that is something that we want to watch out for, too, especially as a coach, you know. I mean, I am not a coach, but if I were a coach, then I would say, you know, you got to slow down that descent because sometimes it is harder to come back from that into the press because you're not getting the bar still in your chest quick enough, and sometimes you can just lose that tension for the press.
Well, here's the thing. I'm not a coach either, and so I will always tell people, yeah, my coach is the worst. My coach is a moron. Not having a coach myself, right, and coaching myself, people always get a laugh out of that. Yeah, people always get a laugh out of that when they learn it. Said, yeah, my guy never does right by me. My guy never gets me right, gets me, too beat up. Ashton Gardner once more, Mr. Bottom of the flight. 63 keys, one more record in the rack.
There we go.
That means we turn it down to the final flight, or pardon us, to flight B on platform 3, as Ashton is the last of flight A.
And we are in the middle of flight B for platform 4. That's 3 white lights. It's a pretty soft touch for Avery, but he got called as a no lift. That could have been a couple things. I am not sure once again if that did touch his chest, and then if he might have jumped a command. Once again, remembering that yellow is a catch-all.
Have you ever gone to a referee the moment that you got a red light from anywhere and asked what exactly they've called?
Yes. That, I mean, sometimes like my coach will do that instead, but that, like, as an MC, I will always say, like, go to your side ref and see what you missed, because there is no way, unless like you are coached by someone who is also a ref, there was no way to know what you missed it for, and you don't want that to happen again. I feel like that is a disservice to yourself if you do not go and ask what happened.
Do you find that they are receptive to that, your referees?
Oh, yeah. I think they appreciate that, because as a referee, like, no one wants to give a red light,
Yeah.
you know?
I've heard so many say exactly that, too. They are trying to pass every single lift. They can only really look to disqualify it for one of these, for the most part, obvious failures.
My thoughts exactly.
Nash Earwood is going to add a 5-piece or a black. That's, would be the typical color coding. It's easier to see when you don't have the plates that are brought in here for these massive events just like this. These bigger productions, the pomp and circumstances all over everywhere. Mr. Kevin Lamb with Barbell Productions, he gets the call for all of these, and then they bring somebody like me in. I don't know. You know what I mean? I never ask why. Like, I sit down here and we yap about it. Works for me. We got the best view in the house, though, and it's exactly the same as yours. Nash Earwood, once more, a +5 here. This is 113.5.
3 white lights for Thomas Cook as well.
And I'm just going to go ahead and say 6.
Oh,
it didn't come on at the same time, but yeah, right, we knew it. Forget about it.
We got Zenobia taking her 3rd attempt coming up with 25 kilos on the bar. You know, she missed her first attempt due to a blue card, either from lockout or bar path. But she smoked it in her second. So let's see what 2.5 kilos more will affect her.
Darby Thrasher, that is an underrated. The maximum grip width is, I think, for most, strongest, I find. But what do you do about grip width yourself? Where do you set it up?
I put it on the ring, so my pinky is on the ring of the bar, and if you as a viewer are like, what does that mean? There is like a silver smooth part on the barbell, so there's knurling, which is like the rough part of a bar, and then in the middle of the knurling there is what we like to call a ring, and so there is obviously a max grip that you have to do, but yes, mine is always on the pinky, or
that
pinky
is
on the knurling.
a
the
max
ring.
grip that you have the choice to do, right?
Yes.
And what is that max grip width?
Isn't it pinky on the ring?
My understanding is all of your fingers have. So you can have up to the last finger or your pointer fingers out there where your.
That's right.
You know what I mean? So pinkies would be almost a full hand width for some inside of that max legal grip.
That's right.
And the distance between the pinky and the pointer is kind of on average the range that most people fall in for their grip, right? So they'll move their grip in or out by, let's say, 1 finger width at a time when you're trying to make a technique change. Some maybe with other philosophies on it, and some will grip a tiny bit closer, but you can't go wider than the pointer fingers to the rings.
You know, it's very easy to forget about. I think I personally don't see that grip that much. As you said, it's very underrated. So I definitely I forget about that. So thank you for the reminder.
I say so because I've been trying to work mine out wider and have pushed at times, speaking as Abigail Jones is going to push the 37 keys, but I thought had the up and down.
Yeah, there
That's exactly what
was.
it is. Yep.
Yes.
But I've been trying to push my own grip out wider for a more consistent touch point. I want to, it's all of the different things that work together, right? Increase the arch, increase that lumbar extension
Yep.
to set the arch, and have a little bit softer touch on the chest, not descend quite so quickly and have to feel that need to maybe heave it or maybe aggressively sink it, right?
Exactly.
So I'm trying to make it all work together. It seemed to me that, okay, a max grip width would work well with all of those things. Still a work in progress because my shoulders are angry at me. Funny how that should work, that there's trade-offs in everything that you do, huh?
Wow. So true. All right, we got Samuel back up with 52.5 for his third attempt. And then Coach getting unracked with 57.5 kilos on the bar. Let's see, Samuel's been having a great day so far. Can he continue? Yup, come on, Samuel. Bam, 6 for 6. Let's go.
Only up from there once you got every successful lift on for your first 6, then you might be able to even eke out, if you sense that you're having that lifetime best day, a little bit more on deadlift than you planned.
So true.
Joshua Barr opening beyond body weight on the left side of your screen, just scalding a 70 keys. He's second to last 2 for the flight. That means Thomas Reyes will follow and just throw a little chip on. A little 72 and a half.
Then we got Liam Nelson. I almost read it as Liam Neeson for a second, so your joke was definitely.
Put the bug in your ear, you know?
Yep, a little bit. Come on, Liam. And just too heavy for today. That is all right.
He was let to hang with that for a while. That was in the neighborhood of like 4 or 5 seconds, that dreaded double pause bench.
Yeah.
Thomas Reyes will also just toss around the 72 and a half. Those are the bottom benches of the first attempts for Flight B on Platform 3. Again, all of the other identifiers, 2026 USA Powerlifting, Youth and Raw Nationals, Day 1, and the second attempts now starting. Flight B on the left of your screen.
And now we have Nash back up with 119 kilos on the bar. I sense a record incoming once again because of that 119.
As always, every single attempt the young man makes, a youth 3. Remember, that's 12 to 13 age group here. This is 119. It would run his subtotal to, let's see, if we're seeing it's currently at 304, and we're adding a 5.5. It would run his subtotal to 309.5. That was the most tremendous mental math I've had to do this entire weekend so far. I say weekend, we're not even all the way to the weekend
yet.
yet.
I was about to say, we're just starting.
We're in this strange liminal space where 10:32 on a Friday still already feels like the middle of the weekend. Nash Irwood stacks another chip, and it's another national record.
3 white lights. Let's go. We got Layden on Platform 3 with 30 kilos on the bar. And that was a smooth attempt, and the judges say 3 white lights, that's a good lift. And now we are into Flight C of Session 1 of Youth and Raw Nationals. We got Aaliyah getting loaded up with 23 kilos on the bar, and then Logan on platform 3 with 35 kilos on the bar.
The bench blocks moved around a little bit for Logan, as I think he also had a replace command given. Spread out a little bit as his feet go out a little wider. I think they were hanging off the edges maybe. 35, taking that 2.5 jump. It's creepy and crawly, and yet it is not itsy or bitsy.
And 5 white lights across the board. That is a good lift for both. And we got Nora Hogan on the right and Thomas Cook on the left. Second attempts.
All youth threes across your screen here. 12 and 13. I don't know what I was doing at 12 or 13, but it did not look like this. It was probably, you know what I mean, Big League Chew in the Little League dugout, right? Was probably picking grass out in right field. There was probably a reason why.
Yes, 3 white lights for Nora. Well done, Nora. I don't know what I was doing at 12 or 13. I think I was playing volleyball.
Okay.
I always would love to know if the youth do any other sports. Like with the Eclipse athletes, they all do gymnastics besides lifting, but I don't know what anyone else does. I feel like kids are very multi-sport athletes.
And you may be incentivized to try to get them well-rounded, right? The athletic development, allowing that athletic development to feed into their strength training later on into their teenage years, into the full physical development and all that, into puberty is probably wise. They say, you know, those with the athletic, those with those athletic backgrounds, they have often a head start.
100%.
Isabella Quadrado on your right. 35 opener, had a heavy with a capital H 97.5 squat.
Pretty in pink.
Matthew Tubbs on your left too adds a 5 on his side. And
white lights.
Very nice. Matthew sitting third among the youth 3 67.5s. Am I still hearing Mr. Gino?
Yes, you are.
That was the very first person that I looked for. Fun fact, when I came in yesterday, was I thought, I don't see anybody in a pirate costume, and so am I even in the right room? You want to talk about notorious. You want to talk about, like here's the thing, 18,000 plus people have borne witness to the man on Instagram, right? And his additions to the community, his contributions to the community are like nigh on limitless.
Yeah, we can say he makes himself known. That is for sure.
that is the most politically correct way that you can say that. Thank you very much. I'm going to continue giggling and wonder the story behind that in a moment. Have you been to other competitions where you've seen Gino?
Yes. Yes, I have. And we got Shane on platform 3 with 60 kilos on the bar. And Anna, 38.5 kilos on the right.
And passing everywhere.
Woohoo! 6 white lights.
Carly Corliss is a little bit more in the middle of the flight here for bench. Remember, her 2 squats were both 102.5, her second and third squat. Missed those on the strength, but even so, her subtotal with just the bench opener on the board will already put her in the second place among those youth 365s. That's when you get the little bit of a difference, right, between the girls and the boys' weight classes.
Yes.
Is in that smaller class, so 60 and 65, and before that, preceding the 60 is the 56, I believe, on the girls.
Mm-hmm.
And with boys, 67, then 60s, right?
Yes.
Mm-hmm. An extra, because you have to have, I believe, a 12-class total. Like, there's 12 classes total for both men's and women's, so they had to make some concessions along them.
Yes. We got Cohen on the left with 62.5 kilos, and Haley Cooksey on the right taking 3 white lights. Very, very nice.
A yellow and a blue card to go with the red lights on the left on platform 3. So Cohen Steffens will not pass that second attempt on 62.5. That's tough because a 7.5 jump, we've been telling you that 2.5 can be a lot.
The 7.5 can really be a lot.
Which means, I think loading-wise, you almost certainly have to just retake that, I say, but I'm eating my words right now because they've just sauntered over to the table and put in a 65. Joshua Barr, 75. That's a whole red round thing, plus the competition collars.
A whole red round thing.
Well, I mean, it's easy to count in those, right? Those are an easy denomination for me to understand when brain power is minimal and sleep is even less so.
That is true. We got Ellison on the right with 52.5 kilos on the bar. This is almost her body weight. She is almost benching her body weight for the first attempt. And Thomas Reyes grinding out the second attempt. I'm not sure how much more he really has left in the tank. That is 2 white lights, but since that was quite slow, I am very interested to see what he loads up.
Would you default to the minimum?
Yes, 100%.
And that is probably for many, especially as measured as like a percentage of your all-time PR or your current kind of 1 rep max, that's probably wise. If you're a 200 kg bencher or more, which we saw some in, the men's masters yesterday, especially among heavyweights even, it makes more sense to have a bigger jump because it's a similar percentage of your max. Landon on your left, Alexia on your right. Can we get one of those perfect camera frames with all the lights?
Yes, we can. Very, very nice.
We got a couple of full seconds worth of it. That was worth the wait.
We got Lauren back up with 55 kilos on the bar. Let's see. I always love watching Lauren lift, especially if it's a good lift, because I know she will make it known to celebrate, whether it's a flex or it's a gymnast celebration pose. And, yup, here it was. The spotter was blocking, but I saw. And a good lift for Avery as well. 3 white lights. We got Aaliyah on the right with 24.5 kilos on the bar, and Logan skipping out. So look at him go, 36 kilos on the bar. Let's see, what can he do?
This is the +1. That's the half a kilo, the true chip put on, and it'll run his subtotal to your average everyday 93.5. Just a hair under 80 pounds. He's made to hang out for quite a while. That's not a pause. That is like people say long pause in training.
Yeah.
There's a difference, right? On meet day, to have what feels like your long pause and more, and it's controlled by somebody else, it's not you, that is more often than not probably going to result in failure of the lift. That stretch reflex, it comes and it hangs out for a few seconds, but not indefinitely.
That is very true.
It was another thing that I got to talk to Brandis Napier about yesterday in the early session, and she told me she's a pediatric PT, and she was like, oh my goodness, I could talk for all day long about this. I said, yes, I could nerd out on that. I was so excited.
Three white lights. That is a good lift. I am not a pediatric PT, so I cannot nerd out on that. I still know a decent amount, but I work in law, so I am not.
I was just about to say I hadn't gotten even a chance to ask you what's your day job.
Yes, I am a legal secretary at a corporate law firm. So that is my day job.
Yeah.
But by night, I am MC and a power lifter and extraordinaire of all things powerlifting.
The do it all. It's funny how the sport will like capture you and then you're stuck forever, whether you wanted to be there or not. You kind of look around like, oh, now I do everything, and I don't know if I signed up for all this originally, but here I am.
Yeah, it's really funny too to see the juxtaposition of people on the powerlifting stage and then outside of the powerlifting stage. Like at work, I am so quiet.
Right.
But now here we are.
And do you know many others who have that platform presence or even that
Oh,
gym
yeah.
training presence?
Oh, yeah. I know people who will dominate the platform and then just be more reserved in training. So, or even just during the day.
Yeah.
2 white lights, that's a good lift on platform 3, and 3 white lights on platform 4. We are doing quite splendid, especially for third benches and into the second bench attempt. So we are making our way downtown.
Walking fast, I presume?
Yep.
Okay. I'm with you.
We are almost homebound.
Well, some of us. You may have,
Yeah.
I mean, I know you're not even heading home when we're done here, but I am
No.
most certainly not heading home anytime soon. Not today. Wyatt Smith, 64, budges, but not by much off the chest. Again, when you're taking records and everybody knows it, plus they are beyond that minimum jump, always going to be a lower chance.
Yep. We got Kamaya just smoked 40 kilos. Let's see what the judges say. And
You'd like that, MC, wouldn't you? I mean, it's
3 white lights.
it's
That's
quite a
good
weight.
lift.
Like, they don't ask us what we want. I've figured that by now. It's been a goodly number of hours we've been here, but I've figured it out by now. Anna Jones, another national record coming. That's going to be a 41 kg bench. Youth 360. That is a 60 kg competitor sitting second among those Youth 360s. And remember, your Youth 3s are the ages of 12 to 13 years of age.
Thank you, Tanner.
I'm saying it rather to remind myself.
I
to tell you the
it
truth.
reminds me too.
Right? Because I'll
It's
zone
really
out
hard.
and I'll say, okay, a Youth 1, 2, and 3. And I'll say, I know they're close together, but are they 2-year age blocks or 3? And then when does the juniors begin once you get beyond those teens, right? All of it. A lot to think about.
Exactly. We got Coach taking 65.5 kilos on the bar for his third attempt. We got that 0.5 coming in, so record. Let's see.
And that's way beyond body weight, too. That is, the first time you bench your body weight, it's one of the days you feel strongest in your whole life. And Coat with a whole lot more to go.
2 white lights, that's a good lift. Woohoo! Very nice. I love to see people beat the third bench. We got Carly with 45 kilos on the bar for her second attempt. Platform 4. We got Josh with 80 kilos on platform 3.
And you were going to say on the bar,
Yep.
too, right? Again, because
Yep.
I had hoped so. I was waiting for it. I'm like, all right, this is a great time.
I know, and I missed it.
That's okay. Josh Barr will toss that 80. He looks good from here. You bet. Again, YouTube thumbnail, screenshot right there, and immortalize it for all time.
Josh Barr lifting the bar like it's nothing.
Speaking of YouTube, of course, we come to you live on the USA Powerlifting YouTube channel, courtesy of Kevin Lamb and the Barbell Productions crew. I haven't seen the gentleman around, frankly, but the content grind just absolutely never stops, and so I'm sure they're turning everybody's photos and videos around. I would really be interested to see if within the same session you could, for example, be Flight A And by the time that Flight C is up, if you could get your media back, my guess is, from everything I've seen from these guys, probably.
No, I agree. I completely agree. I think they work quite fast. I think they might be editing photos as we speak. Who knows?
Abigail and Ellison. It's a 55 on your right. And slower,
Oh,
yes,
yeah.
but smooth. Abigail, quicker even. She's got just the blue with the red light in the middle.
And then we got Alexia on the right coming out with 56.5 kilos and Fiona with 35 kilos. What's so interesting too is that a lot of people will change before bench, like after squat, they'll switch. And I don't remember Fiona having those same shoes on, but maybe she did. But I really like those light blue shoes.
What is your bench footwear of choice? I must know.
Oh, I wear the same shoes for all three.
You do?
I wear a pair of Avances or Avankis. I'm not really
Isn't
sure
it
how
funny
it's pronounced.
how no one's figured that out, right?
Yeah.
And they're a big player in the scene.
Yes, but now I wear those. I'm looking at purchasing a pair of Hyper V's to wear for bench, but that is my go-to shoe. What is your go-to shoe?
I have tried and tried again with heels. My squat shoe of choice is the Nike Romelios.
Okay.
And
Classic.
if they are, right, and it's also a $200 shoe. So, right, there's your trade-off. But I think I am ready and willing to give them up. My first competition ever went in with tennis shoes and frankly felt better on my bench, felt more stable than with this heel that ideally, okay, might increase by some degree your leg drive, might allow you even to crank up your arch more because those legs hold up your whole arch, right? And they put you into that further lumbar extension.
No, I agree.
I just, when I make a switch back to flats, almost always feel better.
Yeah.
And so I've tried to force it. I've tried to reason in my head that, no, of course, a heel must always be better. And I cannot convince myself. And so as such, I am deciding, pretty sternly that I've got to do what's best for me, no matter what, the mechanistic view of it says, no matter
That's
what
fair.
the conventional wisdom says.
That is 100% fair.
I've even tried a deadlift slipper. The one funny thing about that is, with the notorious lift deadlift slipper, it's so thin that there is then a little bit more work I have to do to keep my foot on the floor.
Yeah, I agree, which could be a blessing in a sense, but. And how many times have you competed, Tanner?
So that's a great question. 3.
Okay, nice.
I am was previously an 83 kg competitor in, of course, another federation, and then made a recent cut down to 74. Lost 20 kg off my total, 15 kg off my total. However, upped my DOTS score by 20.
Okay,
and so it's one of those, there was a lot of give and take to it. Had to spend a fair amount of time dieting, right? Didn't enjoy that. Did a ton of cardio, tried to stay with like the high energy flux diet, right?
Yeah.
So you do eat a fair amount, but you do a ton to put energy out. And it obviously affected leverages. It obviously affected technique. And I did not feel my best, but like you've got to be able to separate yourself from how you feel about the meet and view your objective results. The best thing was the moment I came off of that platform, I did hit a lifetime deadlift PR of 2.5, which was great, going down a weight class. But immediately the like fire was just burning that I want to get back out and train. I want to not even take that next week in deload. Now, of course, I did because I knew that, well, that's really not how you're supposed to go about it. I said, that's probably not recommended. But when I did finally take that deload and came back, the off-season's been really productive, and that was just on May the 2nd I competed. So, right about a month of off-season training in.
Yeah, there you go. Fresh off.
Angeli on your left of screen. Again, this is into the juniors. That's the 20 to 23 years of age division. The last one before you get to opens. And all 52 kilo class competitors for Flight C on the left of screen on platform 3.
And we are synced now. Both platforms, I mean, they're still off as far as attempts, but both platforms are now on flight C. So
Yes.
after this flight, then we will go. Each platform will take a 10-minute break, not timed at the same time. So as we saw with squat, platform 4 might start before platform 3, and so on and so forth. So we are in the thirds of platform 4 and on the first attempts of platform 3. So.
And you do have 2 lifters coming up here with the same attempt, Nixie Torres and Rowan Bishop. By that we mean those are the next 2 to follow, both on platform 3. And so again, that randomness of the lot number means that Nixie Torres will take it first. She's got the lot number closer to 0. Lucy Taysom first on our right, a 100 kg competitor. That's the last before you get to the heavyweights. And Nixie Torres on the technical perfection of execution scale and on the aesthetics scale is going to get a 10 out of 10 for me.
That's awesome. Yeah, I really like her singlet. You know, something that I like to say with my friends, and they laugh at me every time, is certain color singlets, I will replace the letter S in singlet, and I will put the first initial of whatever color it is. So in this case, Lucy was wearing a maroon singlet, so I'd call it a minglet. A lot of people like to wear pink singlets, so I'll call it the pinglet, and so on and so forth. So I'm hoping now that I bring it to the Nationals live stream that it catches on. But, you know, I mean, it's the power of certain colors, the power of the pinglet, the power of the minglet now that we can see, or the binglet. You know, it doesn't work for all of it. I'll just say it. I will admit, but
it becomes tricky with black and brown, right?
Yep. Or if someone's I don't think I've ever seen someone wearing like a yellow singlet.
Green and gray would be tricky as well.
Yep. So it doesn't work for all of it, I will admit. And we got Alice with 2 white lights. That is still a good lift. She got a yellow in the center. So I think I'm actually not sure what happened with that one. It looked pretty good to me, but obviously we don't know for sure.
Carly Corliss was meant to hang out for a little while on her right side, and after a fight towards the middle that is pulled, she'll miss out on just 2.5. Did get the 5 kilo jump from her first to her second. That's the good news. Her subtotal right now, 137.5 kilos. Haley Cooksey will take 2 jumps of 5 kilos apiece. This one is 50 keys. Just 4 more benches to go on your right side, and then we'll turn that platform over. We'll blank it off your screen. It'll be disappeared. Trin Lei on your left, and there is that combination, that intersection of higher arch, likely maximum grip width. It is highly efficient, whether anybody wants to admit or not that that is one of the most efficient positions you can put yourself in.
Yes, no, I completely agree. And you get the quicker press command. It's always not
really
guaranteed, but I feel like it helps you control.
Yeah. It most certainly can be, and it's just that you saw a dramatic visual difference between Trin's setup and anybody else to this point throughout the whole flight.
Oh, yeah. Especially if you take Alexia, for example, on platform 4.
Yeah.
That was a no lift. It's okay. It just wasn't there today, but her arch was a lot less than Trin's was. So
I did notice something about Alexia and her grip. It's rather close to probably a maximum grip width in terms, again, of those pointer fingers on the rings. But the wrists, and probably for this reason too, the shoulders, rotated inward. Have you ever tried out that kind of grip?
No.
I've talked to some who love it, and most of those who have been running it for a while, they do kind of swear by it. Some even achieve that pretty well without wrist wraps, and they just learn to, from this internally, wrist and shoulder rotated position, press better. Elissa Heron, not quite on a 5 kilo jump, usually pretty tricky from the second to the third. That's what we saw play out there. Fiona Camp on your left, 40 keys. I mention it because I think it's got a really awesome name. They call that the Bulldog Grip.
Ah.
And Bryn Nevins, again, 90 kg open, who will feature on Sunday, I believe, is one of those proponents of it. She uses it herself and is, closing
Very
in.
successful.
Oh,
yes.
absolutely, yeah. She's closing in on like almost a 300-pound bench. I saw her miss, I think, a 127.5 at USAPL Michigan State's prime time. Right, and so that was one of those, invite-only kind of all-star game type of deals.
Yeah.
The first one in the history of Michigan last year. Lauren, 62.5.
Come on, Lauren. There we go.
Nice. I think Lauren's her own referee there.
Almost benching her own body weight as a youth is something that I wish I could do.
Right. And again, if we had all started at the age of 8, 9, even 12, 13, like as we proceed throughout this, many of us, I think, are left wondering what we could have achieved a little bit younger. Now, that's never the way that you really want to frame it when you zoom out.
Yeah.
You say, okay, how has the trajectory of my career been? Because it clearly doesn't matter when you start. All that matters is that you do not quit.
I agree. Got Michelle.
Her 55 seems to work just fine.
2 white lights, that's a good lift.
She's one of those who's chosen to chalk her back. Likely that means, by the way, that somebody else has chalked it for her, unless you have incredibly good mobility to reach all the way around. I can't either. But do you train with and do you compete with chalk on your back?
Oh, yes. Yeah, I will slide right through if I don't have it on.
I talked with Brandis Napier yesterday in the morning session, and I said I have never trained with it.
What?
And I've never competed with it, neither for the squat nor for the bench.
That's wild. I don't think I've ever met anyone that doesn't chalk their back.
The first time I ever took the platform, fun fact is I had a plain white tee. Just kind of forgot to like bring any other kind of undershirt, right? And so I was like, this thing is gonna get trashed. I don't want to make it any worse. And I hadn't, again, trained with chalk before. There were a few who offered me. They said, hey, I'll chalk your back, like other competitors even, right? And my handler said, right. And it was awesome. And that was it made me really feel that community feel to it. But my handler said the same thing. He said, well, I could chalk your back if you want. And I said, but I haven't trained with it.
Yeah.
And that was end of discussion between us, right? It was just, if I am not accustomed to it, sorry. I had to tell him, sorry, Tyler, we're not going to do it. And then, since then, have not worked it in. But I know that whether it's some degree of placebo or whether it, really gives them a boost, some must have it on meet day.
And that is completely understandable. Come on, Joe. 65, and that is a no lift. You got one more attempt, Joe. You got it. We got Anjali up next with 67.5 kilos on the bar. Now, I wish you guys could hear the music that is being played at the venue right now. Honestly, banger after banger. So whoever is on aux, well done. You can even see the spotters and loaders bumping their heads.
Some will come through from time to time. Sometimes we'll hear a command even from a platform, depending on how many are like really well synced up and who the actual head referee is giving the command.
Yep.
Anjali Vital's +5 jump here. This will run her subtotal up to a 180. Lighter touches are the wave right now among all of these 52 competitors.
2 white lights, that's a good lift. That looked good, so I'm very curious as to what that yellow was called for.
Mm-hmm. Again, from your perspective, you don't want to nitpick either.
No.
At this point, like you've seen it as a referee where I want to pass as many lifts as I can, and from here even more so, I think we're trying to figure out any excuse that we could have for.
Been.
Yeah. Nixie Torres will set up with a 5-kilo jump on the bar for her. 65 now to 70. She's that teen 3. That's the last before you get to the juniors. Then from the juniors, you proceed on to the opens. Everybody remember, out of this flight are 52 kg lifters. Nixie has got it back in the rack. And we have that one more agonizing weight. Finally. See, she knew the same thing. She's looking back in the lights, too. She said, hello. Knock,
It's like,
knock.
where is it?
Uh-huh.
Got Rowan, 72.5 kilos on that bar.
It is now as common as not throughout this whole flight for the minimum jumps to be the 2.5s coming for their third attempts.
Yes. Also, I feel like we haven't noticed a lot of lifters wearing wrist wraps in this flight. Maybe I have just missed it, but I haven't really noticed it. A lifter may wear wrist wraps while they're benching. They are just not allowed to have the thumb loop that is on the wrist wrap over their thumb. But something that a wrist wrap can do is it can help make your wrist a little bit more stable in the bench press. I personally do not wear wrist wraps, but like as we can see, Alice is not wearing wrist wraps, but it is something that is available to you to use if you want.
Have you given it the fair shake? Have you trained with it and then decided that you didn't want to?
Honestly, no. I mean, I've been fine without them, so I haven't felt a need for an extra piece of equipment.
Yeah. Well, Alice Robinson clearly agrees.
Yes.
Right? And so will...
That was a beautiful second attempt, exactly how you would predict that it may move. So next up we got 77.5 kilos on the bar for Miss Trin.
Opener was 75. Second is 77.5. Again, when one begins at the bottom of the flight, they typically end there. Technically, not all the time.
Yep.
But she continues to have the heaviest lifts out of this flight.
And Trin is the last, yep, as you said. And then we're back up to the top for third attempts. So let's see.
As quiet as trying to think of, you can't say like, okay, church mouse, because when you go and you have your loaders, you know, clanging the plates together, it's like, oh, okay, there's something to be heard there. You usually have, right, Gino will say something about it, but it is truly, some have such a quiet lift technique, it would like pass in a library. You could set up the whole combo rack there and just...
She would really pass the chip challenge.
Absolutely.
In case for those not wondering, a very viral challenge right now with bench is to place a Lay's chip or Pringle, whatever chip suits your fancy, on your chest, and then you have to try and bench without cracking the chip. So really emphasizing that soft touch. We got Abigail here to channel some more greatness with 42.5 kilos on the bar.
And that is a much narrower grip. You see the smooth of the barbell, you call it, right? Between the rings and that center knurling.
Yep.
That's maybe an inch on each side away from that smooth. For most, that's considered your true close grip bench press, right? If you're training and you're working that in as a variation, that is, even some people will grip wider than that for their close grip variation.
Yes, exactly. But you know what I've really tried to think about is that close grip can just be anything closer than your normal grip. Obviously, close grip is what you just mentioned, but... And that is a good lift for Misha. Well done, Misha. Next up, we got Michelle with 57.5 kilos on the bar. Coming out in that pinglet, as I mentioned, and she is coming out with a fury. Let's see.
Competing against just herself out of those teen threes. But that means that there's so much to learn about you. When it's only you and you.
And it was just not there today.
Yeah.
She is definitely a little disappointed, but that is all right. She will get it on deadlifts. And we got Joe here to retake 65.
1 minute, 30 seconds. Invite judges, scholars to please make their way to platform 4.
She will have to part the, kind of the black sea of her hair before she gets the setup here in that start command. It's roughly halfway distributed on her left and right of her head. Now finally the 65 keys coming.
Still enough that she can start the bench. Oh, and that is a no lift.
Same place that it stalled on her second attempt. It's just a hair or two from the chest being on the descent, not quite yet paused.
Honestly, I think it just wasn't there on the day. It happens. You can think that you have that in the tank, but you might just not.
Platform 4's attempt timer the changeover time between the bench and deadlifts is almost out. It's about 30 seconds from going to the opening deadlifts on platform 4. That's when it'll magically reappear on the right side of your screen. Michelle Emerson, your one open age division competitor. 65s on the bar for her. It's 2 minimum jumps, and those look to be exactly the right calls, plural.
That is still a no lift.
Yellow, what'd you see?
I think that her butt might have come up. That is my prediction. It did seem like a grinder, and you could see that her body was shaking a little bit, and I feel like often when you see that, that is the case. We got Anjali with 70 kilos on the bar, and then as we start deadlifts back up, we got Riley Johnson with 30 kilos on that bar. But Anjali really taking her time, getting calm and getting ready to take that. She's getting all set up.
Subtotal currently at 180. That means that it is just the minimum jump, and so you're only risking the 2.5 on your total.
Come on, Anjali. Come on, Anjali. Go, go, go.
Wow. Again, your dreaded double pause. Do you think maybe up and down?
I think potentially. I saw it, yeah. I definitely saw it on the left side. That is a shame. However, I hope she counts that still for the gym because that really was killer. Next up, we got Nixie on platform 3 with 72.5 kilos on the bar. We just have a couple more attempts of flight C bench before we transition back over to deadlifts, and platform 3 will take their break, and then we will shift on over. Let's see. I really like the all-white meat kit. I think it's a very clean-looking meat kit. I personally would sweat too much, and it would look probably not great, but really like it.
I've got a joke for you. The moment that 72.5 comes up and back and into the rack.
Okay, bar.
Boom. So, oh no. My train of thought's been derailed. It was about the white kit, right? I remember now. Sweating.
Okay.
I am one of those, again, had recently made a cut to 74, but I tell you why I really need to start implementing the chalk for bench, right? Is because I can sweat with the best of the super heavies.
Oh,
when I'm telling you, just absolutely coated so often. Riley Johnson opening on 30 keys on platform 4 on your right. It's back to the first flight. That means flight A's deadlifts, and then we do the same thing, B and C all the way through, and that'll polish off session number 1 of the day.
We got Rowan here to take 75. And that is a no lift. Just too much for the day. That is A-okay. We got Alice with 77.5. We are so close to the end of this flight C. And then on the right, we got Malia with 37.5 kilos on the bar. And she moved that up and down. That is a good lift, you know, because we are transitioning to the deadlift. Just to give you a little bit of background about the deadlift, there is only one cue you have to look for, and that is down. So once you are called, that bar is loaded, you are able to lift that bar whenever you feel ready. So obviously within that 1 minute timeline, but whenever you feel as you are set. So now closing out flight C, we got Miss Trin with 80 kilos on that bar. See that beautiful smile as she goes up for that 80 kilo attempt. Let's see what she can do. Come on, Trin.
We have an American record attempt on platform 1. Stephanie.
And that is a no lift. But you know what, Trin? That was a great second attempt, and it was just too much for the day. So I'm excited to see how you do on deadlift. I've enjoyed watching you lift so far. So now that is the end of Flight C on Platform 3. They're going to get it ready for deadlift before they start that 10-minute timer. So we are transitioning to deadlifts mainly on Platform 4 as they've started back up. We got Adeline Jones with 45.5 kilos on that bar. The 45 is coming, the 0.5 is coming back in because there's that record coming. You can hear the noise through the live stream. It is loud. It is roaring. There are records after records coming. And she moved that like it was butter. 3 white lights, that is a good lift. One awesome thing that I like to point out too is a lot of lifters will have family members coach, and this looks like this may have been one of her family members, so it's nice to see them get involved. So next we've got Neva coming in with 47.5 kilos. And this is already over her body weight. Neva is a 44 kilo lifter, and she is lifting 47.5, and she lifted that like it was nothing. So 3 white lights, that is a good lift. And you will see that the excitement has definitely raised. Deadlift is most commonly a lot of people's favorite part of the meet. I know it is my favorite part of the meet. I like to say it's when the party gets started. So this is the time. This is their last lift of the day. So they went through squat, they went through bench. Deadlift is the last one that they have to go, and then they're done. So they have these 3 attempts, and then they're finished. That is all 9. So here we go with Brinley. She moved her hair out of the way, and here we go. Oh, yeah, and look at that celebration. Gino's almost matching with Eclipse today in the purple, as you can see in Platform 4. One thing that I'd also like to note about Brinley was the first lifter in the platform to do a wide stance. If you are a first-time viewer of a powerlifting meet, one thing that you might notice is that there are 2 types of stances. Let's see which one Mariella does. So Mariella is doing the conventional deadlift. So this, I like to explain it as you're just picking up something off the floor. It's just like you're picking up some groceries. And she did that with ease, 3 white lights. And then the wide stance that we saw before, that is a sumo deadlift. So that is the difference. It's just a bit wider. It uses a bit more of your like different parts of your legs. So conventional, you'll use a lot of the glutes. Oftentimes you will hear people shout squeeze, squeeze. They're just shouting to squeeze the glutes at the top so they can finish that lift. So next up, we've got Heidi Hitchman with 55 kilos on the bar. Another shout out to our spotters and loaders. We are still making great time. Once again, I am knocking on wood. We could not do this meet without them, so we are very thankful that they are here, keeping every single lifter safe, especially the youth. And it has just been a great day, and part of that is because of them. So. And there is just a bit of a delay, but we are moving. So now we got Heidi coming out. It looks like she also changed her singlet. That is a very pretty purple singlet. Three white lights, that is a good lift for Heidi. I know I was walking you through the logistics of the deadlift before. One thing that I forgot to point out, they must wear long socks. So you'll hear them called deadlift socks. A lot of times people wear soccer socks as deadlift socks, but they just have to hit right at the knee. So those are a must. And if they're too short, a ref might point that out, and that they just need that in order to start the lift.
What is your go-to sock?
So I actually wear a pair of Sweden football socks.
Sweden.
My brother is living in Sweden, as we talked about before, and so
True.
he has worked with the Olympic team, so he gifted me with a pair of Sweden football socks. Otherwise, I will wear usually a pair. I've worn A7 socks. It varies. So, but my most recent meet that I did at the end of April, I wore these Sweden football socks. So I've also worn a pair of bright pink socks from Cerebris, which is another, it's a strongman brand, but that is, that's the common socks for me. What about for you?
I have the Rogue deadlift sock.
Ah, very
It's the
nice.
only one I've ever used in terms of an actual, dedicated deadlift sock.
Yep.
And then everything else when I train is an old football sock of some kind. Right? So I played, football through high
Yep.
school and college, and so I have still a half a dozen pair of them still left over that do enough. They usually don't come up to that whole knee height, but it's just enough to. And for most part, right, you're not going to have when that bar breaks beyond mid shin or so, you're
Yep.
not going to have further scraping up that leg. It's usually more the shin in those first couple of inches of the range of motion where, that bar is kind of a little bit more straight up. And then at some point, it's got to come in toward you a little bit, right? No matter where you set up, no matter where you set your shins relative to the barbell, at some point, that bar has got to come a little bit in toward you for lockout purposes.
Yes, 100% agree.
Hence why I always get this backwards. I make this joke every time that we get to the deadlifts. Hence why you're always supposed to put the chalk on your legs and the baby powder in your hands, right?
Oh, no. That is something we don't want. Chalk is used for grip, and we do not want the bar to be gripped on our legs. You will see this later as we get to the heavier deadlifts. So the second and third attempts, athletes will elect to put baby powder across their legs. I know I am a heavy baby powder user, especially on deadlifts, because the bar may stick on your thighs, and that actually it brings me to some of the cards that we might see on the deadlift. So, hey Tanner, do you want to explain hitching for us?
Well, sure, if you say so. So there are a few kind of obvious visual cues to the hitching. There can be unlocking and relocking the knees multiple times, or there can be in any way the bar's weight clearly supported on the thigh in another kind of way that helps it to continue its upward movement, right? So
Yes.
if it's stalled and then you kind of waddle, you kind of march your knees up and down, yeah, it's almost certainly going to get called for that. Or if it starts maybe to really slow down or slip and you kind of push your thighs forward and maybe hinge further back in your hips and just a little bit too much of the weight of that bar is carried on your legs. That'll also be
Look
cause.
at that. Malia got an American record. Oh, yeah, girl.
Wow, they pulled out the whole fireworks show. Like, the 4th of July is still weeks away, and there's all of these. I mean, the pyrotechnic budget for the week is already probably blown through.
That is awesome. But as you were saying.
Yeah, I think that's just about covering it, likely on
Yes.
hitching. It's technically hitching and ramping are not entirely the same thing, but they're both cause for cards.
Yes.
And they just mean almost that same thing. Ramping is, supporting that bar on your thighs, and hitching is any of
Aiding.
that.
Yep.
Yeah.
3 white lights. That's a good lift.
Platform 3, we didn't have it blanked for you, but that attempts timer is, well, we still got 2 minutes for changeover, and then again, you should have 60 seconds from that time the bar is loaded, call is made. So in about 3 minutes time, Gavin will be forced to take that attempt, as it were. Opener of 35 for him when it does come.
We got Brindley on platform 4 with 50 kilos on the bar. Oh, look at that hair twist.
Aren't they all from Equipped Powerlifting today?
Yeah.
It is a full squad. All right, have we done technique yet? Conventional and sumo?
Yes.
Okay, good,
Yes.
good start. And your stance of choice is?
So I've been powerlifting for about 3 years,
Sure.
a little over. I just switched to sumo about 4 or 5 months ago. I'm forgetting the exact time. So I only had 3 months of sumo training before I
Last stepped out of the platform, right?
Yes,
Yeah.
correct. And so I am happy to report that I was only 5 kilos off my all-time conventional best.
Yeah, with that very short training to learn it. Yeah.
Yep, for sumo. So it's a very hard adjustment. What you will notice is that sumo is very technical. It's a lot of wedging into the bar, and also about keeping your arms straight. There's just a lot more technique that you have to use, and a lot more thinking, one could say. So 3 white lights, that's a good lift. Now we are into 55 kilos on the bar for Quinley. And we have about 14 seconds left before we start platform 3 up.
When that does happen, that flight is actually going to be 1 lifter shorter, because we've got the bomb out from Nikolai Kotara failing to register a successful bench. And then we've got 3 scratches put in for his deadlift. If you're following along on LiftingCast.com with 2026 USA Powerlifting Youth Nationals Day 1 here, and these being platform 3 and 4. What this means, he's not going to take those 3 attempts. Already knew that he wasn't going to post the total, so his day will be done. Gavin's opener on 35.
Oh, yeah.
With a big flex. Well, his day might just be getting started, as it were, if he's got a whole lot more in the tank.
We had 6 white lights across the board there with Quinley also having a good lift. So now we got Jonah with another example of sumo, but honestly a bit more of a narrow stance for sumo. So some people might elect to do that. I know I personally tried out that stance. Some call it the frog stance.
Yeah.
That's not a legit type. It's normally sumo conventional, but it looks very similar to how a frog stance. So.
Right. And there have been world records pulled with a tremendously optimized, what we might call a stance, right? With something close to a
There
split.
we go.
With some really aggressively rotated out toes, right? Externally rotated at the hip, abducted as well with the legs moving away from you. And there have been some pulled with, well, Austin Perkins, I think, at Sheffield of this past year is kind of the example of, the shining example, if I had to pick one, of a frog stance, and yet pulled a world record, I think 343 kg.
Yes.
From like a 74 body weight, just absurd.
That is crazy. And that 60 kilos on the bar was not was too much for Rayanne. She has one more attempt, so she can retake it. So we will see what she does with that. And look at Levi making 47.5 kilos look easy, but that is a no lift.
All right.
So-
So red lights on the deadlift. There's only so many, again, that you can have, right? Only so many things they can be looking at.
Yeah, so red lights on the deadlift can mean a couple of things. It can mean your knees are not locked out. So you can be standing up, however, your knees can be slightly bent. Or your posture, if you're not locked out, your shoulders might just be soft, is what they call it. And you just might not be fully erect, is what the term is. So. We got Nathan smoking 52.5 kilos. And we are on second attempts for platform 4 as well, with Juliet Headley at 65 kilos.
How about the changing of the plates? You had bumper plates first on your left side, and now into, as you mentioned, these steel, again, very special plates brought out with the USA Powerlifting branded logos on them.
Yes.
I don't know if Juliet flipped her hair intentionally or if it was just in the way. I'd like to think that that was almost an attitude-based kind of
Yeah,
thing.
it was a power flip.
Right.
170 pounds for Anna.
Anna Hitchman is on your right of screen in a moment. 77.5 for her. Jackson Delcourt is on your left. First flight for each of these two platforms.
Oh, and I think Anna definitely changed her singlet. That pink is power.
That pinglet, right?
Yup.
Is that how it goes? I think?
Yup, the
All right.
pinglet.
All right.
The pinglet power.
170 pounds for Macy.
Macy Martin is up next. She has, as always, found herself at the bottom of the flight. Her total to this point is 172.5 kilos. That is first, like you may imagine, out of the 48 kilo youths, as Jackson Johnson will get a little bit of that exaggerated lean back to lock out his, and then elation. He gets the fist bump from Gino. Kid, you better never watch that hand again. That is a once in a lifetime opportunity for him. Macy Martin down at the bottom of the flight and knocks out that second with, if it's 5 to 7.5 more on the bar for her third, would not be surprised.
And I know we had some Macy fans in the comments on the live stream, so I hope the Macy fan club was watching that one, because that was a great attempt.
Riley Johnson, hey, look, national record. Have we said that one before? 38 kgs. Youth 144s. Riley Johnson is the top of the flight. That means our third attempts are coming for everybody in Flight A on the right of your screen. Again, plates have got to be changed here. Bumper plates coming on the platform 4 to the right side.
Then we got Pierce Keatsman getting 66 kilos loaded up on platform 3. Riley Johnson, come on, Riley. Oh, look at that. Did you see her smile at the top? So cute. 3 white lights. That's a good lift.
Way to go, Bogmafia. These are the final calls for this flight on platform 4.
We got Malia with 46 kilos on the bar.
Bars ready on 3 for Pierce.
Come on, Pierce.
Takes a moment and resets his feet. Remember, no start command with the deadlift. You can quite literally pull on it whenever you want within that 60-second attempt timer to get it started. And Pierce will discard that 66 keys just 1 yellow in the center. That will still be enough for the lift to pass.
2 white lights for Malia. That is a good lift. Nice job. State record incoming for Brindley Arnold with 53.5 kilos on that bar. Taking record after record home today. See if she can take this one.
It's funny, this actually ends up being a bigger jump than she had from her first to her second. This is a plus 3.5. It's going to be like 7.7 pounds, right, in that neighborhood?
Yup. And that was a good lift on platform 3. We got Titus up next with 82.5 kilos on the bar.
Titus has had some rocky stuff go on. Had to hit his third squat after missing the first 2, and then only got his opener on bench. Maybe trying to dig a little bit deeper once you get to a third dead. You could chase some of that. Do you ever think that way?
Oh my gosh.
And a big flex at the top, too.
That's state record. Killer. Can't wait to see how she tops her own state record next time.
I'm so jealous as I look over on platform 2 and I see Delaney Sousley. And I believe Delaney pulling for a lifetime PR. Oh no, just lost it on grip there. That's a shame. I just say that because I saw her destroy everybody at USA Powerlifting Michigan State Championships.
Oh,
that
wow.
prime time, she was the best lifter by leaps and bounds and miles. And when you talk about a lineal champion, she's one of those where essentially every record that's ever existed for her class belongs to her, right?
Wow.
Throughout all age divisions, all time, that's Delaney Sousley.
That is something I aspire. Hey, we still got a good lift for Ashton. 2 white lights. That's a good lift.
I was hoping that she may end up on our platform, but I hadn't cheated and looked ahead. It's, take a look at all of the 48s, her results all time.
Yeah,
basically.
It is killer. Wow. Very impressive lifter. We are back up to the top for second attempt deadlifts on platform 3, flight A. We got Gavin with 37.5 kilos on the bar. Come on, Gavin. Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah. And look at that. High five from Gino. Gino loves Eclipse Powerlifting, and so do I. That was awesome. Next up, we got Jonah with 37.5 kilos, making it look easy. Oh, my gosh. And Neva coming back out with the beautiful-looking rainbow socks. Come on, Neva. Come on, Neva. Push. 3 white lights. That's a good lift for Neva.
All right, 3 lifters in a row taking the 60 kilos here. Interesting because the bar is still being swapped out. Bar plus the plates as we're going to the steel over the bumpers.
Sebastian taking 45 kilos, and the referees say 3 white lights. That's a good lift. And as you can see from the above screen, crushed it with the rocks and stones. And Quinley taking 60. I'm not sure about that one. It looks, yeah, 2 white lights. That's still a good lift. I believe that she might have jumped the down command. She just looked like she dropped it kind of fast. Sometimes as well, a lifter may get a yellow card if they let go of the bar before it hits the floor. So
right.
That could have also been why the card was thrown.
When you say let the bar down, some are incredibly quick about it. Like,
Yes.
it's as close to dropping as you could really, as I think Rayanne will demonstrate right here, as you could really, kind of morally say was not dropped. But as long as the hands remain in contact, essentially all that's going to work. The little wrinkle that's been added in recently to the rule book, how about slamming the bar?
Oh, yeah. That is not allowed. You have to take it, basically, all in all, you have to take the bar down with, like, you got to keep your hands on it. And Mariella, that is a good lift. We got Jackson up on platform 3 with 60.5 kilos on the bar, another record.
And even with the 1/2 jump, it can still slow down a little bit as all of your attempts approach maximal. He's got
That
2
is a
reds, though.
no lift. I believe that he might not have just been fully erect.
Are you looking at hips, knees? Do you think it's maybe both?
I'm looking at hips. I did not look at his knees. And with Heidi Hitchman, that is a good lift. 3 white lights. Heidi went 8 for 9. That's a good day, Heidi. Nice job. We got Adeline Jones here to finish up. She has been having a fantastic day. Let's see if she can lock in and finish it out strong.
Adeline wants a 16.5 jump. That is a huge number and the biggest jump that you've seen anybody take in the flight so far. And it will be, because we can cheat again and look along, that it's going to be the biggest jump anybody will take.
Come on, Adeline.
Came away from her maybe a little bit, did it?
Yeah, I think so. And, you often have to learn to, like, you got to push through. So I think that might have been something. She just didn't push through with her glutes. But
when that time comes to strain, right?
Yes.
Not comfortable, and, well, that panic can hit too.
Exactly, and an 8 for 9 day, though, for Adeline. So that is a good day. All in all, we got Juliet up next. 72.5 kilos on the bar. Come on, Juliet. Oh, yeah. Look at that fire in her eyes. Oh, the point to the crowd.
Did
3
she
white
call
lights.
somebody out?
I don't know, but 9 for 9 day, she can do that. Maybe she was pointing at us. No, just
could
kidding.
be.
Just kidding. We are in the back, so we are not having a chance to see that.
And she will take that crown out of those Youth 2 40 kg competitors. Anna Hitchman will be up on your right side, pushing twice body weight, nearly at an 81 kg pull. Jackson Johnson on 67.5. Again, he does have that exaggerated lean back to make absolutely certain of lockout at the top. Anna Hitchman, too. By the multiples there, the body weight multiple is always kind of, a contentious subject of, okay, is necessarily along all body weights is, for example, a 2 times body weight deadlift the same at any body weight? It is just more insane than anything at the age of 9. And so weighed in this morning at 31.55 kg and pulled 81 there. Macy Martin, 82.5, though, will be at the bottom of the flight.
Macy fans, rise up. Last attempt of the day. Come on, Macy.
She'll roll that bar in just a little.
And that is allowed. Come on, girl.
Because when it breaks the floor, you just can't stop pulling. Add a +5, you bet.
6 white lights on the board with Pierce, and then with Macy. Woohoo!
That is everybody all the way through Flight A, done with Session 1. That means for Flight B, we start with Abigail Jones at the top on Platform 4. Second deadlift attempts still coming of Flight A on your left on Platform 3. Connor Brown's 75. You could
3 white lights.
put
That's
it
a
on
good
the
lift.
board for sure. Ethan Goodwin will follow Ashton Gardner, I've been saying that. He'll find himself at the bottom. He knows where he'll feature.
Yeah. Abigail Jones, that was an awesome first attempt. Then we got Titus on platform 3 with 87.5 kilos on the bar. And platform 4, we got Phoenix with 65 kilos on the bar. Titus is coming out pretty quickly. I feel like this is his thing. I feel like Titus can smoke these. Oh, come on. Yep. Oh, I think that might be a no lift. Yes, he jumped the down command. So I know it's hard, but you got to hold it at the top until you get that down command. But for Phoenix, 3 white lights, that is a good lift. So next up, we got Evan Baugh on platform 4 with 67.5 kilos on the bar, and Ashton Gardner with 145 kilos on the bar. I'm really interested to see what Ashton takes as his third, because this might be too heavy for him for the day, but he is a little close to eventually deadlifting twice his body weight, but I am not sure if that will happen today because of the 145 miss.
That bar definitely drifted off of the floor uneven. You see he's really pulled over to his left side. That correction being made on the fly under load is really unlikely. So you check the foot placement a little bit more, but you also probably change your plan, to your point, of exactly what you're going to load for that third. It's almost certainly going to be a little bit different than what they had planned coming in.
Exactly. A lot of what you will see whenever you are handling a lifter, if a coach has a plan for you or if you have a plan for your own lifter, is a plan A, plan B, plan C. So that plan A is everything is going exactly to plan, maybe even better. Plan B is everything is going just fine, maybe a little like okay. And plan C is everything is going wrong. Let's just make sure that we can stay on the board. So I'm wondering what they will pick. But Sadie, we got 82.5 kilos. That was literally like air. That was very good. Jonah, I'm not sure if he locked that out, I think with the narrow stance, and he did not. So that is a no lift.
I do not mean this in any way to exaggerate. That is the closest grip I have ever seen anyone attempt by a lot. His hands almost touched each other.
Yep.
Have you ever tried to grip on the smooth? Again, that area just before the middle.
No, I have not. And did you hear Gavin roar? I think I probably heard him from here.
Yeah.
That was a no lift, but man, he put his passion and left it all out on the platform. So well done, Gavin.
He will be dropping 5 off of the total. His total sitting at 77.5. That's where he will finish on the day. Sebastian McKenzie, 50 keys coming up. Samuel Little on your right on 90. Ooh, and Sebastian caught a surprise when that came up, and in the midpoint just bit him a little bit. I thought maybe, too, he had broken the floor with his initial pull, quote-unquote, right? And then it was that same thing because you're trying to pull that slack out, right? And because you're trying to set your grip and things that sometimes it
can just mess you up, and that's okay. It happens.
Yeah. Daniel Cook on 140.
Cooking with 140.
Yeah, pretty much, right? So that finds him second in the flight where he has been hanging out. But the tough act to follow, the frankly impossible act to follow for most of us, has been Nash Earwood today. He's going to open on 188.5 and just continue to take a few more records. Before we're out of here, he's got a really good chance at 500 and some change. With his opening deadlift here, can supplant his best competition total coming in. And that is, I think,
oh my gosh,
the quickest setup all day long, too.
I like it. Efficiency.
I like a kid that wastes no time. I'm right on.
We got Nathan on platform 3, 62.5 kilos on the bar.
no matter what Nash's next attempt is, if it's successful, he'll go over 500 kilos, half a
Wow.
metric ton.
Nathan, come on, finish strong. You got it, buddy.
He will test the grip a couple of times, open and shut the hands, and then finally, when it's time to pull,
Come on,
what's in
come
the
on,
tank?
Come on. You know, that is where I get stuck too.
Right.
But those are the lifts where you know once you like smoke that lift in training or the next competition, they feel so good.
Mm-hmm. Abigail Jones, a huge jump there. It's 20 and a half.
That's wild. Absolutely wild.
She jumps way more, ironically, than Nash Irwood does. She jumps more than Daniel Cook, than anybody at the very bottom of the flight.
Wow.
I can't call that, sandbagging at the top, but like if she comes out and puts another 20 on there, I'm going to start to get suspicious. Jackson Delcourt, 65, missed his last on commands with a .5. This is a whole 5, a 10-10. Oh, my goodness. He's carried off 2, never to be seen again.
Aww.
The tenderest moment, I think people are often surprised how easy that is to get yourself into, right? Like, you can snap out of this trance of, okay, I'm absolutely bearing down. My, intra-abdominal pressure is insanely high.
Yep.
My belt is cranked up. My music in my headphones was, way too irresponsibly loud. And then immediately I make that shift when that lift is done, and now I'm just a kid again.
Yeah. You embrace the whimsical.
Mm-hmm.
Come on, Finley. Come on, Finley. Push, 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 push. Ah.
Lockout's going to be your question,
that was
right?
so close, but I don't think he was locked out. Nope, and he wasn't. No, it's all right. That was a lot closer than the other one with the close lockout. But we got Zenobia with 75 kilos on the bar. I really like that her shoes match her singlet. That is just very appealing to the eye. Come on. Yup. One thing that you'll notice, too, with deadlifts is lifters don't have to continue wearing their competition shirt under their singlet. They can opt to take it off and just wear the singlet.
Now, they can, but that's only because, as Jackson just budges this, and then we'll have to dump it a couple inches off the floor. And Sadie Royer's 87.5.
Oh, okay, girl. Power at the top.
Yeah, a little emphasis.
Yeah.
So, they can, but that is because they have made the proper selection to do so of Federation. That is a USA Powerlifting specific rule that I think it might, in a way, factor into some people's decision on federations to choose, to tell you the truth.
So I personally love the deadlift, because I don't like wearing the meat shirt.
Really?
So I get very excited for deadlifts. I just run very warm.
Mm-hmm.
So
Liam Nelson on a big
I think
lean
that might be
back.
Okay. He must have just been locked out from the front. I was not sure.
And took a while to get there, I think,
yeah,
in fairness.
Yeah, but 3 white lights. That's a good lift. Very nice.
Pierce Keatsman trying to put on the least common multiples possible to get to a 78 kg.
And an American record? Question mark.
Huh. Let's see it up there, Gino.
Yes!
Give the kid a crown.
Oh, yeah. There we go.
And in a run.
Look at him taking an extra time.
Nice. I hope that Barbell Productions crew got a shot of that. That's going to be great promo material. But in a run of third squats, too, throughout the flight, or third deadlifts, that is, that had not been fruitful for the most part, it's really awesome to see a record secured right there.
I 100% agree.
Connor Brown, all the way on through. Is his right hip locked at the top would be my only question. Probably not so much.
Wow, across the board with all possible cards, yellow, blue, and red.
Everyone saw something. Everybody's got their opinions in the sport.
Yes.
Ethan Goodwin, 83.5. Once more, he wants the little history by his name in the books.
And 2 white lights. That's a good lift. Nice job, buddy.
Daniel Cook, second to last pull out of those second attempts for Flight B on Platform 4 of Day 1 of Youth Nationals here for 2026 USA Powerlifting National Championships. Titus Reyes on the 90. He ought to have more than enough gas.
And that is
But the
a no lift.
All right. So blues, we've said hitch or up and down.
Yes, that is correct.
Nash, Earwood, ready to trot back out. Again, he's got one of the quickest setups you'll ever see. And Nash gonna throw around an American record too.
And that's not even his third attempt.
No,
Bruh.
not even close.
That's
5:02
crazy
and
as
a half.
youth.
By the
Wow.
way, his total, that's plus 20, and he
it's all right,
still has a third
Ashton.
pole.
Wow, there were American records going on both screens. That was a fight, though, Ashton.
When you make the 15 jump with deadlift, that's the risk you're always going to run.
I agree. And that seems like a good lift for Evan. And it was. There we go. Way to end the day. And next up, we got Phoenix with 75 kilos on the bar.
A lot of moving parts to her setup between her hands, her feet, ankles, knees. But finally, when she sets, that's a really quiet pull.
Oh, yeah.
And technical perfection is worth taking that last 4 or 5 seconds that you're already set up to the bar to just lock in on.
And it's a 2.5 kilo meet PR. Here we go, Phoenix. Very nice.
Zenobia Thomas Miller, almost a twice body weight pull again. That budged, and then she'll shake it off and say, not quite. 142.5 will be where her total will sit. By the way, Abigail Jones, I said if she put on a 20, I would start looking at her funny. She puts on 23.
That is crazy.
From 68 to 91. Unconventional. And we don't mean her technique, we mean her attempt selection. Thomas Cook will be next on your left. Abigail Jones with the 91 keys. Let's just see some more
Come on,
fireworks.
Abby!
You just lean back and you set it down. And, okay, after the agonizing wait, there they are.
And it's a good lift. Thank goodness. Sadie on platform 4.
Sadie, again, will snap to lockout. She's got really that, like, 5th, maybe 6th gear at the top that not everybody has. Sometimes it'll just want to crawl on you when you're a conventional deadlifter, even more so often.
And it's a meet PR. Woohoo! There we go.
Thomas Cook, the 85, after the little agonizing wait. Decked in the SBD head to toe. And will polish the first D for the deadlift of the day. Liam off of the floor and wants to crawl.
Push.
And then at the knee, again, something bit me, said Forrest.
That didn't look super comfortable. I hope he's okay.
True.
Next up, we got Samuel with 105 kilos on the bar on platform 4, and Layden with 85 on platform 3.
Samuel continues to just toss the thing from especially the first couple of inches. For so many conventional pull. You know you're making a trade-off, right? Between conventional and sumo, it's okay. Do I want that to be more difficult at lockout on average or off the floor on average?
That is a good point.
And some people learn to, no matter what the lift is, most leveraged to, you learn to train that most difficult part of it and really explode it no matter what. Daniel Cook, 155, pops it off of the floor and toss it like a rag doll.
Did he toss it too
That's
much
my-
for the? Oh, 3 white lights. Okay.
That was my only thought is
Yeah.
we've seen a few, again, the slamming of the bar, what defines a slam is really
I feel like it's up to ref.
up to interpretation,
Yeah.
like pretty clearly, right?
Hey, first attempt for Darby. That was pretty good. Also, the name Darby is so tough.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, that's a no lift.
Blue on the left.
It could have. I mean, he had a lot of baby powder on, so could have potentially slid just a little. I
Could be.
don't know, but that is a no lift. It's okay.
Nash
Come
has
on,
got
Nash.
just emptied the tank, it appears.
193 though. That is a great day.
Yeah, a host, a plethora, a cavalcade
Yep.
of national records already his own, and will still set a 20-kilo competition PR.
And yeah, to know a 10-kilo deadlift PR, and I feel like as a youth, that is crazy. Like that's extremely awesome.
Going Steffens. Moving on to the youth threes. Remember the youth three, that's 12 and 13s.
Yep.
Coat Goodrow, a 105 opener.
Okay, Anna.
Anna Jones, she does lead off. This is flight C. That means the final deadlifts of the day on the right-hand side of your screen happening now. Coat Goodrow to take us into the flight B poles as well. He's got it with just a red light in the middle.
Also, one thing I love to look at when I'm watching first attempts is how fast a first attempt moved. And I know it may be light, but also I feel like you can really tell when a lifter is like performing their niche, because like for my example, my niche is squats. So like when you see me squat, you're like, okay, yeah, she's got that.
Sure.
But like deadlifts, I feel like a lot of people, that's their sweet spot. So seeing it move extra fast, it's almost like they're like about to pull something good.
Because you've said that now, I'm going to hope that I've found some community here and some common ground. Do you squat, in terms of your competition, more than your deadlift PR?
They're the exact same.
The exact same. Okay.
Yep.
Hilarious.
Actually, wait. After my last competition,
Yeah.
I am squatting 2.5 kilos more than my deadlift best. So my squat best is 160 and my deadlift best is 157.
That is still a common ground that I've found. I, for my entire life, had a better squat than my deadlift. And I will say, just in my last competition on May the 2nd, that was the first and only time ever that I have outpulled my squat by exactly 2.5. And missing a third squat, too, that will still haunt me. And, of course, would have been a record, but I didn't know it, so I took not the right attempt for me.
That's all right. And
Josh.
it sounds like Gino's voice may be slowly going out, but
Oh, yeah, he just had one of those monster cracks. Josh Barrs, 132.5. It is the lifter's prerogative to wear the knee sleeves for deadlift. There's nothing, again, saying that you can't. You ever tried it?
No, I've always wondered if it helps or not, or if it really makes a difference. But nonetheless, to each their own. Lucy with 80 kilos, and she is making it move. I am not. 3 white lights. That's a good lift. Logan, 65. Oh, yeah. That is a good lift. You see the fist pumps. Okay, I'm excited for him to hit his third. And Kamaya just got 3 white lights on platform 4. Then we got Avery on platform 3 with 75 kilos. And then we got Isabella, the pretty in pink, 82.5 kilos. And that's so easy. So I hope she put some significant weight on that bar because wow. We got Thomas Cook with 95 kilos on platform 3. And Alexia Landy with 85 kilos on platform 4. You know, Thomas has been having a great day today. He is so far 7 for 7, so let's see if he can go 8 for 8. Alexia had a bit of trouble with bench, so let's see what she can make of this for deadlift. But that was a good lift for Alexia. Now we're on to Carly with 95 kilos on the bar, and Thomas is taking that 95. And it still looks like it moved just as well as his first. So I am interested to see what he would take. I think if I was handling him, I would load about 7.5 kilos more. So, and that was a good lift for Carly. We got Layden up. He came out really quickly, taking 95 kilos on platform 3. And Ellison taking 97.5 kilos on platform 4. Oh, yeah. Bam. That was good. The flex was killer.
Again, if the barbell productions crew captures that, that's the one that you need to like make as your cover photo for everything, right? It's got obviously your singlet in it, but more important, the posture, just showing that you belong there, that you own that platform.
I completely agree.
Camilla took a time to adjust the bracelet on her left.
I wonder. Oh, maybe it was just in the way of the bar.
Yeah, I think so.
A bit slower at the top, but judges say 3 white lights, that's a good lift. So we got 6 white lights across the board with Wyatt also having a good lift. We got Carrera taking 100 kilos for her first attempt, with Darby attempting 105 on platform 3. Three white lights.
Darby will move up 1 placing here within those U367s just from this pull alone, and then there's a lot that can happen beyond this point. Toss up the little chalk like LeBron, and a 12.5 is good there the first time. If it's another 12.5, fun fact, he would run his total beyond 600 pounds.
Wow.
That 272.5 is another one of those mental barriers, another one of those numbers that we just have memorized for this strange, this niche sport that we are all, I don't want to say indoctrinated in, involved in.
Yes, that is true. And we got 3 white lights for Lauren.
I mean that in like the nicest way possible too, right? Because it has a way of latching on to you.
That is true. I agree. Well said.
Cohen Steffens, this is a 115, a plus 15 jump, about as generous as you'll see nearly any of our deadlifters.
Still, with 15 kilos, he made that move. 3 white lights.
That's the biggest jump anybody took throughout this flight, to give you a little bit of an idea. We've had a few heavier jumps. The 21 set a record. I'm trying to remember who that was up in the Flight A on platform 4. It'll come to me in a moment. Nonetheless, though, I mean, average jumps, say 10 or less, because we're measuring those roughly as a percentage of 1 rep max.
Yes.
And then Anna Jones will just laugh in my face.
Oh, my God.
That's a plus 23.
I wonder. if she's going for a specific total, if
Yeah.
maybe she's wanting to total over 200. I'm not sure.
A 170.5 total so far. Yeah, and then toss 23 on. And then if it's another 23, that's exactly what I was thinking about. It was Anna Jones already who had the huge squat jumps.
Didn't her potential sister also have large jumps? Abigail?
Yeah, that's right. And both were just like, it seems like you're random number generating, like, hey, give me a random number 1 through 25, and they just take it.
Exactly.
Joshua Barr will jump 10. And 314 and some change, just about. You've mentioned, right, when you bring the pound plates into the equation that the math gets a little bit funkier of what exactly you would load here. But yes, right in that neighborhood of 3 wheels for the pound plates.
3 wheels, 3 plate date, whatever you want to call it.
Do you have both at your home gym? Do you have both competition and pound plates? Yeah.
Yes. I am lucky enough to train at Catalyst Strength out of Chicago, Illinois. I am very, very lucky. I would recommend if anyone needs to train while they're here to go to Catalyst. Great owners, great facility, great community, and I moved to Chicago a year ago, and they brought me in as family. So anyone who is in the area, definitely check out this awesome facility.
Logan Keller bossed up at the top of the flight. He makes 2 jumps of 5, and the 70 kg pull was good to end it off. Avery Simmons, he'll measure up his approach and then take another 7.5 for himself. And again, a lean back at the top. There is extension of the low back that we know we accept, even under load. Spooky, scary, spinal movement under load. You know what I mean? Again, that's said oh so tongue-in-cheek, but I really did have a hilarious conversation yesterday with Brandis Napier about that. And you either train that position and be able to withstand your torso position within it, or you don't, and then you run a risk.
Exactly.
Layden Boddicker got all it was worth out of a 100 and looked good from here.
With Kamaya at 95.
She'll run her total to a nice, rather round number of a 225 kilos. Thomas Cook, to punctuate his day, is 102.5. I don't know, is that just adjusting the glasses to wipe his face after? Man, a little celebration wouldn't kill you.
A little sweat off his back.
Alexa, play Dirt Off Your Shoulder. You remember that old, it was Jay-Z and Linkin Park track? I think they had made like a mashup thing. It was, Dirt on Your Shoulder.
Ah. It's good memory because I don't remember it.
All right, well, that's cool.
We got Ellison with 100 kilos on the bar.
But it's going to create a great segue, I promise. All right. Ellison Heron, 100.
And boom.
Boom. So, setup, payoff. Your training music. Or do you not use music? What do you like?
Oh, yeah, I will use music. I try not to wear headphones when I train. I'm lucky my gym always plays bangers, but
and can you put your own on and crank that up too?
Yes, for like big lifts and stuff. Sure. So like that's really nice because I don't like training relying on like tuning out the other sound. Yeah. So I think it's very important to train and know your surroundings as well. So that's why I don't really wear headphones that much.
Darby Thrasher on that 115. I thought he might.
Clap. 2 white lights, that's a good lift. I'm wondering if it's a slam call.
Yeah, again, it's so rare. That's one of just like the real caveats of the rule book. That's not the focus
I
of
agree.
officiating by any means, right? But it's one of those things you do have to know it. And if you were to ever have a lift disqualified because of it, you unfortunately do have yourself to blame. Wyatt Smith, a lot of moving pieces, but it looks like he made the recovery after the change in position off of the floor to the top, and he will lock a 600-pound total in with 272.5 kg.
And Carly pushing through. 105 looked 2 white lights. That's a good lift.
Coat Goodrow missed last time. Couldn't lock it. Did he make enough adjustment here? Our first guess.
It looks
yes.
better. But
Not
it's a
quite.
no lift.
That's the thing. He does make an improvement. And because you've got the 2-to-1, what can he go and do?
Go to the jury table.
You might have to, right? He might have to.
So we will see. We cannot, unfortunately, see. But if you are watching LiftingCast, you are able to obviously look for that.
I think everybody at Eclipse has been taught the same celebration of a flex,
It's the
right?
gymnast celebration. The hands up in the air or the flex, you know. You got to show them how strong you are.
I want to see somebody hit, can I say, a somersault or a cartwheel?
That'd be really cool.
Yeah.
I
And
really
probably
thought you were-
kind of dangerous.
Yeah, I really thought you were gonna say like the Dougie or something, you know, like Dougie celebration.
No, I'm with that too. If the kids are of the age to know it, right? But I
Yeah.
think probably not so much today.
Maybe with this youth, like the whip or the nay-nay. I'm
Yeah, I
not sure.
suppose. That might be more in their age bracket.
Potentially, or another 6'7", if you will.
Likely. I'm shocked we've seen it only once, frankly.
Yeah.
Shane McGee. It's a 135.
Okay, and Aaliyah pushing through for that 63.5.
Shane's going to get everything he bargained for and more at the top, but I think 135 should be locked.
And
Bang.
yes, 3 white lights. Nice job.
Shane is well out front of everybody in those U3 52s and will stay there. Again, we're here to crown a bunch of champions. Like, it happens in such rapid succession, and there's so many, as Thomas Reyes gets really stanky in both legs and still recovers from the midpoint to lockout. There was a strong deviation, like almost a wrong turn at Albuquerque, and he still locked it at the end. Because Albuquerque and Lombard, I speculate that's really far away. I'm no good at geography, but, like, probably.
Well, your speculation is correct. And Josh is the last third attempt of Flight B. And 2 white lights. That's a good lift. Nice job, Josh. Way to raise the bar.
Agreed. Very nice. And he will also punctuate his flight with the 147.5. The heaviest pull is successful, plus his 362.5 will claim himself that crown out of the youth 367.5s.
Exactly, and Anna Jones smoked that attempt and into the Haley Cooksey. Haley Cooksey with 95 kilos on the bar. Let's see, she's getting a little stomp. Will she be able to do it? She's pushing. Oh, yeah, 3 white lights. That's a good lift. Nice job. And look, she got a high five from Gino as the reward.
What did I say? You got to never wash that hand again. I mean, that becomes anointed.
We got Lucy, 95 kilos on the bar. Come on, push, push, push.
There was a lot going on with that as well, right?
Yeah, 2 white lights, that's a good lift. I think she might have been supporting a little bit. I mean, I saw her body shake, but I mean, since we're through the screen, I think we could have had a better view in person of whether or not it was any sort of hitching or ripping, or if it was just shaken to push through.
Those who really vibrate at the top as if like somebody turned on the vibration setting, or they got like a short circuit happening.
So
It's always a
true.
little bit concerning,
So true.
but that's kind of one sign of a limit lift. Maya will just budge that, and not by much. We'll have to settle on the 95. Walking off, punctuating her day, and even so, the youths continue rocking through on platform 4.
And we are into the last handful of attempts on platform 4 for session 1. So it's getting down to the heat of it. And we are into flight C for platform 3. And for Nixie, that is a no lift. I believe that she jumped the command.
If you want half a kilo more and they allowed you to load it and the fire alarm goes off all at once,
It's getting really hot in here, it seems like, so.
all that means is you better get this off in time, as quick as you can.
And that is a no lift for Camilla. Folks, we may be taking a short break.
It's funny, you say we, but on the platform, they haven't stopped much of anything. You did have one final deadlift, no lifted on our left, before the perhaps pause will be taken here, because still the alarm's getting a little louder and louder now.
Yeah, and there was something going on over the speaker. I'm not sure what they were saying. Nonetheless, this is the test of a century. Can you do your third attempt deadlift while a fire alarm is going off?
Yep.
And 3 white lights, that is a good lift for Ellison. Yes, she can.
Anytime, anywhere, no matter the circumstance, if you're able to still perform, that builds a tremendous amount of character.
You know, I hope that no one is sensitive to flashing lights that is going out on the platform, because
True.
this might be a bit of a concern.
Carly Corliss, couple inches from the floor with the 110, had to ditch it, will sit on a 105. And the sirens just louder and louder, and then maybe quelled all at once. I'm telling you, on the platforms, there's essentially no slowdown. That's the most remarkable thing to me, is there are a few people in charge of making sure everything just continues rocking on through. I mean, your loaders, your spotters, Gino, the Pirates, just none of them were phased.
You know, that was honestly pretty awesome. It tells you how hot this platform is getting.
Agreed.
The fact that the fire alarms went off. That is crazy. Come on, Lauren, let's go. 117.5 kilos on the bar. Can she do it? This is the last attempt of Flight C. Let's go. She is locked in. Come on, Lauren. Go,
Already got a crown.
go. Yup, lock it out. Oh, look at that celebration. Oh, yes. And that is a good lift.
Takes us all the way to the end. Platform 4 will depart. It will be sorely missed, but this means our final flight happening right here on just Platform 3. We get a little bit better look now at the kind of waiting area, the backstage, if you will, as Michelle Emerson, second to last to pull for the flight, hits her 130 opener. Alice Robinson will be at the very bottom at 132.5. Remember, she is a 52 junior. You have a bunch of age divisions within this flight. So Teen 1 up at the top, with a couple being Fiona Camp and Misha. And then We go all the way from teen 1s, 2s, 3s, juniors, and opens. Everybody is a 52 kg class competitor, and Alice will have her first. She does get a red on the center, and I think she wanted to look around, find somebody to ask about that.
It looks like she was pretty locked out as far as her shoulders go. So I'm wondering if it was a knees thing. She's still looking. Oh, no, she's just waiting for her handler, potentially.
Yellow Cat, 182 pounds, platform 3.
That was a bit slower for a second attempt than I might like if I was her coach.
3 white lights.
Abigail here to channel some greatness with 85 kilos on the bar. And isn't that the A7 slogan too? Channel greatness?
Wow. Did they pay you to say that?
Ah, no. But shout out A7, man. It's
The
our
presenting sponsor, of course,
Yup.
for all week long.
Okay, Abigail. And that was a good lift. She's doing really well. Got Misha, 87.5 kilos on the bar. I wish I had that beautiful curly hair. Okay, girl. And three white lights. That's a good lift.
If there's ever a good time to let your hair down, I think third deadlifts really, really make me think that would be the time. It could be another 7.5 jump, and I bet you that's within Nisha's capability. That's my prediction.
I would agree.
Michelle missed on her first, right? But then the 115 is like an empty bar or a maybe second warm-up. I don't know.
Yes.
Not
Two white
second.
lights. That's a good lift.
Not second to last warm-up, like a second warm-up.
Yes. That's a good point. We got Joe. She missed her first attempt, so let's see her come back with a fiery passion.
She will take a few moments to tug, set the hands a few
Ah.
times, and then the grip too. I was just about to ask all about grip. And first of all, we know that the two prevailing grips, technically there are other options, but the two prevailing grips being the alternate or mixed grip and the hook grip.
Yep.
Your choice?
Mixed.
Okay.
What about you?
I am just now teaching myself the hook grip. I have not employed it in the competition. When I was kind of just strength training and doing so for college football and things, I used a deadlift bar at times and found, oh, well, this isn't so bad. I can hook grip this comfortably enough, and then it doesn't feel too bad as it flexes and is thinner in diameter. Going to the power bar, similar that all of our athletes are using throughout this week, I realized that 1 millimeter of difference in the circumference is a huge, huge change.
That is true.
And so having a very small hand relative even to my body size and things was, I thought, prohibitive to hook gripping. I thought, well, I'm not made for this. Well, it doesn't fit my hand naturally, so I'm never going to do it. Silly, right? Not obviously the way that you're supposed to go about thinking about it. And then, of course, when I make the challenge to pull every single set hook grip, learn it as a skill and not just train the strength of it, I'm now able to start moving more and more maximal loads with it. And there's a good chance that it will be ready to be used for my competition grip the next time I'm out there.
That's valid. We got Trin up, 130 kilos on the bar.
Do you see her belt come open?
Yes. And that's a good lift. We got some Trin fans in the YouTube comments. So Trin fans rise up once again. That was a good lift.
And it wasn't that the prong of the belt came out of the hole, right? It was that the entirety of the belt that gets pushed through the loop popped out. And hers
Yes.
still was like quite loose, like a ton of gap in there. I've just never really seen that from somebody. And then to reset and kind of get back mentally into, oh, okay, I got to ratchet this up again
Yeah.
is like a huge wrench in your setup.
Exactly. And Anjali, that was a good second attempt. 3 white lights. Next up, we got Rowan with 132.5 kilos on the bar. I must add, too, Dua Lipa is currently playing at the venue. I would love to take my second attempt to this song. So let's get it, Rowan. Come on, Rowan. Yup, and 3 white lights. Very nice. We got Michelle up next with 140 kilos on the bar. Now, she came out with a passion for squat and bench, and look at her. She's taking a step away from the bar before she comes out, and she really takes her time with her setup. Yup. Good stuff. And the anticipation is killing me. 3 white lights, that's a good lift. Honestly, if I was her coach, I would be quite generous with this and take 10 kilos. That might be crazy of me to say, but that was a great second attempt. Got Alice up next with 142.5 kilos on the bar. This is a 3-plate date, as we were mentioning before, 315 pounds.
And isn't it funny how close crazy and passionate are? How close crazy and obsessed are on the spectrum of kind of your motivations?
Yes.
And on your approaches to the sport through like your daily routines, through the average intensity of your training session, the average length sometimes. Some people just love to spend a ton of time in the gym, and the average dedication to everything that happens off the platform in order to get here.
That is so true.
Like the razor thin line for many of us between that passion and an obsession kind of thing.
Yes. We got Fiona Camp, 85 kilos on the bar. Oh. That is a no lift for Fiona. Hey, just shout out our back spotter as well. You know, a back spotter it's very nice. I personally love it when there is a back spotter and deadlift because you never know what can happen. Like someone can potentially brace too hard and maybe get a little lightheaded or just lose their balance and potentially fall. I think it's great having someone right there.
90 keys to polish off Abigail's day.
Come on, lock it out. Yup.
A +5 and secure now on a 12.5 total.
Bam. Heck yeah. Good job.
She was the only Teen 2 competitor out of all these 52s, but still, that means you knew you were competing against just yourself.
And that's all right. You know, even lifting every day is just a competition with yourself.
And some days you're going to win it, and honestly, some days you're going to lose it.
Yeah. Come on, Misha. Well done. 92.5. 3 white lights. That's a good lift.
All right. A third deadlift with the survival instinct. This is going to be the first one that we've seen for the day.
We got to rally around Joe here. Come on, Joe. Lock in. Let's go.
And lock out, you might want to recommend
yes,
as well.
Yes, that's true. That's true. Let's go, Joe.
Grip, rather, has been the issue. Drip's not the issue, never.
No, she's looking drippy.
But grip has been, and you've got to hold this now on a 117.5 to post the total.
Come on. Yes.
That's all we're looking at.
And?
Because everything else will take care of itself. Whoa.
That is a no lift.
Okay, red on the right for lockout. Red with a blue card on the left for
Blue, I think, may have been bar path because that was a very slow lockout, so I think it may have gone down. That is disappointing, but Joe, otherwise, squats and bench, good job today. With Michelle, we saw her hopping before. She's hopping now. 2 white lights. That's still a good lift. That's all you need. Nice job.
She was looking to break some sort of land speed record coming off of the platform, then immediately catching. I mean, that's almost like a little bit dangerous. You ever seen somebody who knocks down like their handler or their coach or their significant other?
Yeah.
Right? They try to jump into their arms like not prepared to be caught, and it's
Yep.
just like really kind of dangerous.
Let's see what Nixie can do. A large third attempt jump. 132.5.
Yeah, that's plus 15. This would secure an even 300 into the Valley of Death, road to 300, and it claims a victim there.
Oh. And she is feeling a little lightheaded right now. Thank you to her handler who is helping her out. We hope she is okay. Trin here to close her day out with 137.
Is one of those who could claim a perfectly even squat and deadlift. For the beautiful symmetry of it all, this will come up and down quiet as a church mouse. Count it!
Woo! Look at that. Nice job, Trin.
Pulled a 2.5 competition PR, and just more aesthetically pleasing than anything because the squat and the deadlift were the same.
And we are in our last 4 attempts of session 1. Rowan with 137.5 as well.
Everybody's placing is going to be shaken out. All of the last champions to be crowned will go down here out of the 52s. Rowan Bishop first.
Come on!
At
It's okay.
the knee and not more. She'll get a 330 final total.
We got Anjali up next. Oh, Anjali, hear her roar. Let's go. 140. This will be a solid 308.
Latches the belt now. Will screw the feet in. Extra care placed to the feet before the hands are ever set. And then, once the hands are on, no time at
Come
all.
on, Anjali, go!
Whipped it from the floor, but will also suffer just before that bar can really get momentum at the knee.
Dang. It's all right, Anjali. Good fight today. Well done. Next up, we got Michelle with 150. Oh, her coach did the exact same thing that I thought. 150. Come on, Michelle. Lock it in, girl. $150 is 330 pounds for those who are curious. Go, go, go. You know, her second was quite solid, I think. Maybe 5 to 7.5 was there. Maybe 10 was too overzealous, but at least she, quote unquote, left it all on the platform.
Always easy to say in retrospect, always really difficult to call it at the table.
Yep, exactly.
Alice Robinson will take us home for the
Come on,
opening
Alice,
session
go,
here of the day.
Go!
Tank just
Yes!
about fully empty here. A lean back, wait on lights one more time for the morning. Yes!
Oh, yeah.
Alice with the 150 pull caps it. All of our champions have been sorted out, crowned. Let's just briefly run back through them. Remember, folks, everything from youths ages 8 all the way up through opens, right? So about 32. It's 24-year age gaps. That tells you the sport continues to expand to all of these younger and younger classes all the time. So we may have to add like even younger classes as we go along through the sport and it expands. Crown champions, some of them look like this. Ethan Goodwin out of your youth 8 and 9 44s. How about Pierce Keatsman? Had a bunch of unconventional, real funny numbers on his side, right? Like 48.5 squat, 27 bench, 78 deadlift. You know what I mean? You got to have some good humor about that because those numbers, like, on those records, you can kind of load what you want and load what you need. Others include among our, Flight Bs, you had some Youth 352 champ is going to be Cole Goodrow, or Coat, that is. And in your 53 67 and a halves, a quick 6'7" if you need it. If you want to get it out of your system, that'll be Josh Barr.
Raising
the
bar.
Total. Yes, and he did have the heaviest total out of anybody on platform 3, platform 4. All the same things. Again, the all 52 kg flight featured on platform 3, and then a ton of classes as far as weight classes, all up and down, all throughout platform 4 on the day. Other standouts to you?
Showing some killer performances. Obviously, we have Nash Earwood lifting some very heavy weight for being a youth with a very clean 9-for-9 performance. We got Lauren Bishore. Another memorable performance that we have, Lucy Taysom. I think that is a very, very good performance for the women's raw youth 3 100 kilo class. So, I mean, those are just a couple of the killer performances that we saw today. Many PRs, many records. I was honestly astonished by how many American records we saw today. I think that honestly is an accomplishment in itself among all performances.
Mm-hmm. Continue to look down at the bottom of your score bar because as all of these streams go on throughout the week, you'll see all of these numerous, the champions that we've crowned all throughout each prior day. They'll all scroll by on your screen. Think that will do it here for Platform 3 and 4, Session 1 of the day, Friday of 2026 USA Powerlifting Youth and Raw Nationals, if you're all good.
Yep.
All right.
Good.
So Tanner White alongside Mary Claire Wolk, thanks so much for joining us, and we hope to have you with us for the afternoon session coming up at, call it 2 p.m.'s time from the Westin Lombard in Chicago. Thanks so much.
Thank you.